Warrandyte and Donvale, two sides that we're expecting to be around the mark again this year. We're streaming live on Facebook and YouTube, and we're also very proud to announce officially that, as you already know if you're listening on Radio Eastern, that we are once again partnered with Radio Eastern FM 98.1, who will be covering every match of the round this season, the Saturday games, the Sunday games, finals, everything. So we do thank Radio Eastern for jumping on board back with us, and it's something we're going to be really looking forward to this season. I'm Ryan Long, Media Manager of the Eastern Football Netball League this season, and I'm joined today by John O'Ven and Scott Hardy. John, I'll start with you. I'm sure you're very excited to get back into the season. You were here media day, you've done a bit of work this pre-season, and looking forward to being back at the game.
Yes, Ryan. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to you, Scott, as well. What an interesting day we've got for footy, and as you say, look, it's been an incredible start to the year. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you on Media Day stuff, and viewers and listeners out there. There's plenty more content to come on that front, so can't wait for you to see it. It's going to be fantastic, and what a game we've got today. Two great rivals, and can't wait to get stuck into it.
Yeah, definitely. And Scott Hardy, you're back again, year 2 for you on the media team. Looking forward to a Division 3 clash of two sides of really good quality.
Yeah, it's great to be back, Ryan, and thanks, Jono. It's exciting, isn't it? That first round, it's just got that buzz about it. Local footy's back. We've obviously had a lot of talk on the media side. We've talked about trades, predictions. Some people have liked our predictions, some haven't. But look,
there's a lot of
Oh boy,
there is. And look, now it's up to football does the talking. We're at round 1 between two good sides, of Warrandyte and Donvale. It should be a ripping contest.
Well, these are two sides who probably should be pretty happy with the predictions, because I think every single person on our media team had them 1 and 2, one way or the other. So two sides are really, really strong last season, and we will get to that at a future time. We've also got Paul Donoghue, the Warrandyte coach, who's right now is running out there in the reserves. He will be joining us in just a second, so we will get to that shortly. Before we do, we'll touch on Division 3 and some of the games that are being played as well today while we're on it. So Fair Park Ferntree Gully kicks off at 2:20 today. Big one for Ferntree Gully, Scott. They had a terrible season last year in that first half of the year where they went 0-6, and they were only losing games by 1 or 2 goals, but they weren't able to get the 4 points, and it put them too far behind the 8 ball that they weren't able to make the finals after a bit of a late season run. So you're looking at a game like this, you can't underestimate Fair Park. They've just got to put a 4-quarter performance out there that comes away with a win.
Yeah, and that's right. And Fair Park's probably got to put season 2022 out of mindsets. Obviously, they're in a battle there for relegation, and they just start afresh. But Ferntree Gully, look, they're impressive. They probably should have been a lot higher than what they were. They obviously missed out on a number of games by only mere points, and so they'll want to change that focus around, get the 4 points, and hopefully get the win.
Absolutely.
Yeah, every side wants to get off to a good start in round 1. I suppose it's a bit cliche to say that, but look, to be honest, we talk about our predictions, and that's one thing. But really, anything can happen. I mean, it's a bit of a grey area. I mean, that's the phrase I would use.
Yeah.
Anything could happen here, really.
It's a good point, and as always, there's always upsets in that first week of the season. We saw that last season. Fair Park were one of them, knocking off Ferntree Gully in that first week. So there are going to be games here in this first round of footy, second round of footy that are really probably going to catch us off guard. So really looking forward to this one. The other game in Division 3 that I think probably is the second best game of the division this week is the Oakley District Coldstream match, which it's massive for the club of Oakley. Didn't win a game last year, went 0-18. They've come into Division 3 now after being relegated from Div 2. They brought in a whole new side. It's led by Blake Pearson. He'll not only be coaching the side, but actually playing on the field, which is just massive. And he's the kind of guy that can win him, games off his own boot. But yeah. John, I mean, how big is it for him just to be able to get a win early and have that monkey off them back, and then suddenly they can really make something of this year.
I mean, that's the thing. It is for absolutely everybody. the goal to get, win the monkey off the back, so to speak. And look, as you say, having Blake Pearson down there is absolutely huge. The back-to-back Chandler medalist, what a guy he is to have at a football club. To boost morale as well, more than anything, because he's won VFL premierships. He's gone through the APS school system. I know it was a long time ago, but nevertheless, I might just point that out.
Was he in that Port Melbourne premiership side?
He was in that 2017 Port Melbourne premiership side. So whilst I am a Richmond supporter and I also have a bit of Borough heritage in me, I was very happy to see him win that grand final in 2017, despite, was it a Sam Lloyd kick? I think it was.
I don't know. I think it was Ben
Lennon, that's right, from outside 50. And now apparently he's a punter, so go figure.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, Scott. And Coldstream, on the other hand, they've come into Division 3 last year and just excelled. I mean, they made a finals series straight away, which I think a lot of people thought maybe it was still another year off, even though they were really dominant in 2021 in the Division 4 competition before it finished. But they're another side who, with Ferntree Gully really pushing this year to crack into that top 4, and then you've got a few other sides who are pretty even teams. It's a big one for them to get some wins early on the board and really present themselves as maybe even a premiership contender if it sort of fits the.
It's bold statement, because I
don't think so.
I don't have him just yet, but I do have him fitting around that race of around that 4th and 5th to that top spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are actually joined now by Paul Donoghue from the Warrandyte Football Club, running around in the Resies again. Round 1 on your home deck as well, but I'm sure you're happy to not just see the boys play in a second, but also to be able to get a run around yourself.
Yeah, how good is it? But I do need this seat at the moment. I tell you what, you forget how hard it is out there sometimes, but it's great. Our home deck, round 1, back into footy again, and it's one of the most exciting days on the footy calendar, I reckon. Yeah,
absolutely, and obviously, it's been a pretty even division, and you guys and Donvale last year were right there in that preliminary final. It really was just that first quarter that probably got away from you, but I'm sure you would have learnt a lot from the way that they played last year and sort of take some things into this game.
Yeah, look, you do. I mean, you can't give away 8 goals at a quarter, expect to win a game of footy, especially in a final. It makes it sort of really hard. But, I mean, yes, we take away things from that, but it's a new year. We've got 7 debutants today, and I think they got 5 or 6 as well. So, and there's some talent in that as well. So things will change a little bit. So we know each other very well, that's for sure. A bit of the crosstown rivalry and everything that goes with it. But like I just said to our boys, this is the start of something else, and it's 2023 now. So we try and put that behind us.
It's fair to say that you've got a fairly interesting vantage point going out onto the park and then having the senior coaching role this afternoon. What would be your advice to the boys on it? I know this is your home ground, but what would be your advice to the boys on how to manage the conditions today with respect to them?
Yeah, well, look, it's actually the wind's just picking up. It wasn't there at the start of that game, but it's just starting to come up now. I think today's just going to be a hotly contested ball. I think we could play on any ground, anywhere, going which way, and it's going to be just a red-hot contested footy game. They've got some really good in and under ball winners, and so have we. So conditions, I think, go out the window, especially in that first 5 or 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. I'm not so worried about it. It's just going to be a battle of wills at the end, and whoever wants it more will come away with it.
And in that sort of same sentence, I guess having that will, you spoke in the off season about probably just the moments of concentration, small lapses, just failing to sort of get that 4-quarter performance. How do you get that to improve this year in 2023 and keep the focus?
Yeah, look, we've added some experience to the list as well. Guys come in like Zach Carroll, who's played in Premier, and Jake Harkins as well. There's Kieran Malone, Lockie O'Brien have played some really good footy. So there's some sort of level heads in there, and sort of putting it over to them a bit more, because momentum's a funny thing in footy. You have it and you don't have it, and it's what you do in those moments. So, do you control the footy? Do you go quickly? So sort of trying to put a bit of onus onto some leaders out on the field to drive that is a big thing this year.
You've touched on the new players like Lockie O'Brien, etc. But in pre-season, who's impressed you the most? And with that, other new players that come with that, who you're expecting to lift and why?
Yeah, I mean, look, another one I didn't mention there, Jackie Bradford, he's played footy out in the Essendon League. He'll be running up and down the ground all day, very quick with a big tank, and he's sort of really impressed us when he's come across from Glenroy with a few of his mates. Another one, Chris Tout's put in a lot of effort, even though he's injured at times. So we've had a lot of guys that have had some interruptions, but they've still been down and having the effort. And I think in Division 3 footy, that's something that you can sort of fall away. So really looking forward to what he brings after having a good month or so back on the track as well. And then, to add to the new players, Kieran Malone, Adam Providani, there's some real talent in there as well, which is good.
And from it last season and learnings from it, again, obviously, yes, you match up very well with Donvale. You've obviously seen Waverley Blues and what they did to sort of do with their performance. Is that sort of something you're looking at sort of changing sort of what Waverley sort of did, or are you just sort of setting what you had in place last year and just trying to refine it?
Look, you look at it, I mean, they were very successful. We beat them out here in round 1 and that was it. So they've had a great year. So you've got to take notice of what they do and how they do it. And I think I mentioned earlier in the year about our sort of forward setup and what that looks like. And we'll have a bit more height down there. And I think our whole entire half forward line's brand new to the club this year, starting today, in that sort of space. So it sort of changes the way you do it. We've got a bit of tall targets to hit as well, where we've sort of been a bit more smaller. So it just slightly changes how you do things, yeah.
Absolutely. And one of those players, one's interesting for me, Zach Carroll. I've seen him play a bit at Mitcham. Can you just speak about sort of the role he'll be playing this afternoon and throughout the year?
Yeah, look, he'll be your old-fashioned centreman, getting in there and sort of directing traffic in there. He's always come along as a midfield assistant coach, so to add some leadership to the boys in that. But I also know he loves kicking a goal, and I know he did that at Mitchell.
Yep.
He kicked 20-odd goals in that premiership year a few years ago and things like that. So he'll sneak forward at times, but he's a bit of a general in that midfield that'll try and hold that together. And
just on some of the Donvale's midfielders, I mean, we watched that grand final last year, and James Rouser, if they had a won, he would have been best on field and won the medal. Yep. Do you back just your midfielders to go head-to-head with them, or do you look to put any sort of tags on some of their star midfielders, or is it more of a focus on your group?
It'll be a head-to-head battle. I actually think Rouser probably should have got that medal anyway, to be honest. He was a star that day. It was amazing. He nearly won it for him. And, one of the better performances I've seen. But he did that to us when we played him out there last year, 40 points up at half-time, and he dragged him over the line by a point or two. So he's got that. But, as I said, Tommy Grimes, Adam Providani, Kieran Malone will go through there. You've got Nakota Brooking, Chris Tout, Zach Carroll. So we've got a lot that can roll through that as well. And at the end of the day, I think you just go head-to-head. They've got Rouser, Wignall, Matty Day, all that as well. So there's some good names for Division 3 footy running through that midfield today.
Absolutely. And do you look at, I mean, as we said, it's a very even division, and the sides who aren't playing finals are probably, for even a Fair Park, have brought some experienced heads from Premier Division clubs. How tough is it? Does that put a bit of pressure on you guys just to be able to get off to a good start to the season, because you've got 3 or 4, maybe 5 sides really pushing to maybe steal a spot in the top 4?
Yeah, it is. I can guarantee Furniture Gully will be trying everything they can to win today, after last year and what happens, because that's what can happen, and everyone said they're a very good side last year, but they missed finals, so wins are important. We knocked off Waverley here by 2 points, and I think we got Donvale by 3 or 4 points or something as well 2 weeks later in round 3 out here. So all of a sudden it sort of sets you up to really start well, and that's points in the bank. I think we finished 2 games clear in second last year in the end, and you look at that, there's your answer in round 1 and round 2, so it becomes very important.
Absolutely. Well, we're really looking forward to seeing how your boys go this year. Everyone's predicting them to finish either first or second, so we've got high hopes for how you go, but we're looking forward to see how you go today. So all the best, and we'll speak to you soon.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Have a good
Thanks,
call.
Paul. That's the senior coach of the Warrandyte Football Club. Boys, I'm really high on Warrandyte with everything we saw about them last season. I think the interesting thing about their club is last year is that they were definitely the second best team for the pretty much the entire year until preliminary final came up. Yeah. And they were the one side that we thought would be the challenger to Waverley Blues, and they just fell short in that final series. But I think they come into this year as certainly my premiership favourite.
I would say so too. I mean, a question that I was going to ask Paul, but then sort of held back, was it's a fairly even contest with respect to how both teams finished and the impact that has on them, the sort of where the drive's there and how to manage that. And look, they'd be very hungry after missing out on that grand final. Yeah. Yes, if they made that grand final, it would probably be like the same. Let's say, for example, they lost it. It'd probably be the same, but I think it's just just on another level, having actually missed out in that ultimate game drives them to go one better. And look, to be honest, as long as the wins get on the board, the rest will take care of itself. They just need to learn how to manage that when they come to finals time.
The only query I sort of have at the moment for it, and obviously we'll see it in probably half an hour, but obviously talking, Paul, there, like just that change of the forward line, like he's saying that basically the whole forward line is from a restart. So
Yeah.
it's going to take a little bit of time, I would think, for that team to sort of gel in that forward line, try and find what their roles are. It's fine to run practice matches and match sim and all that sort of through your pre-season, but once it comes to game day, it's a totally different kettle of fish. And so that's sort of where I'm sort of just interested to see how it works. It may work really well, and they may come flying straight out of the blocks, but it's just something that they're probably a little bit mindful of.
I like the changes, and I'm glad we brought up Waverley Blues last year because they were one of the sides that had a really strong forward line where they've got four to five really good forward options, and they brought in Josh Williamson, which was really the key, I think, in a lot of the games. And we were out here out at Donvale where he kicked 9 or 10 that day and set themselves up. He was reliable to kick 4 or 5, but on top of that, you didn't need him to perform it each week. And you look at a Warrandyte. Your Quinn Clark and obviously Ryan Phillips, who has had massive seasons in the past. You get some support in there to help him out, and suddenly I think it improves not only your forward line structure for those other players, but also the players that have been key in recent years.
Yeah, it's all about assisting when it comes to that ultimate stage in the forward line. But as you said, we know with Ryan Phillips, 44 goals in 14 games. That's a lot, and that is a proven key forward role. So he'll just continue to play that role for sure.
And I reckon, talking to Paul, the reason I asked that question about Waverley Blues, with a bit of tongue-in-cheek, because he has spoken quite a bit about what they did last season and what they performed like in a forward line perspective. And so to rehash your forward line totally, he obviously has seen something that he really liked from what they were doing and has belief in his own side to say, well, yeah, we can replicate it and keep that scoreline pressure that gets you the 4 points.
Yeah, definitely.
And even so, just continuing on the forward line, they're going to add Kieran Malone as well, who's a proven goal kicker. So yeah, adding to that forward line is just going to be huge, and looking forward to seeing what the Reds can do.
Yeah, especially when we look at Division 3 and 4 clubs, those forward lines it makes such a difference from being a middle of the road side in the division to a actual top contender. And the Sylvan were the same in Division 4. Lee Kimpton comes in and Ficcarelli, Kimpton kicks over 100, Ficcarelli kicks 60 to 70. They win a flag, they go up a division. Waverley Blues, they bring in Williamson, they go up a division. It's that sort of thing that you can really build something off, and have a good run come finals time. And they've certainly done that, and that's why I think everyone's got them as the top 2 contenders, because they probably are the 2 best sides left in the division. And then on top of it, both have recruited pretty well over the off-season and are just going to get even better.
Absolutely.
But looking into our last game in Division 3 as well, where Sylvan Whitehorse is the third or the fourth game that we've got to touch on here. Just quickly, I think it's an interesting one. The Cats will unfurl the flag after their premiership win against Surrey Park last year. It's hard to tell how they'll go in Division 3. A much different side to Coldstream. Coldstream a bit younger. It's no secret that Sylvan's some of their star players are coming to the end of their career. So they might have to do something in the next 1 or 2 years to really, if they're going to have a crack. But they play Whitehorse, who it's still a bit of a mystery. They're still a bit of a dark horse.
I suppose in Sylvan's case, and you say that with that experience that's there, that might have maybe 1 or 2 years left. This is actually really key for the transitioning period in regards to going into Division 3. They have some incredible talent, like Martin and the likes like Steiniger as well. Look, they're going to be the ones to lead this charge, I reckon, in Div 3, where they may not know what they look like, but I reckon they'll put up a fight this afternoon for sure.
Yeah, and see how Ficcarelli goes up for, with goals, and how they go with scoring options compared to what was happening in Div 4. And that's the important thing. It's just finding out how they're going to go scoring and seeing how that competition is different, really. Yeah,
definitely. And the one thing I think Sylvan probably have a bit of an advantage is their ground. It's quite unique. It's a bit out of the way, which has been hard for them in terms of recruiting and getting players to the club and getting them to stay there for the long term. But it's also it's a pretty big home ground advantage, and it's similar to someone like a Coldstream where opposite in size. But if you can, the thing is, if you can own your own ground, you can win your 5 or 6 games at home. It sets your season up you're probably at least safe from relegation, and then possibly if you can win some on the road too, you can, jump into a 4th spot on the ladder.
Yeah, in terms of, precedents as to how teams have gone in the past, it's all on the table. They just need to know how to manage that.
Absolutely. We're going to take our first break of the Eastland Match of the Round. When we're back, we'll speak to Kevin Collins from the Donvale Football Club.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy.
We're back with the Eastland Match of the Round. Warrandyte versus Donvale at Warrandyte Reserve. We'll be joined quite shortly by Kevin Collins, the Donvale coach. Really looking forward to this clash. We'll get into everything. We do also have to mention that it is a different starting time today, so we're on from 1:15 to 5:15, so that gives us a bit of chance to give a recap, and we will go through all the scores around the grounds. We've got Divisions 1 to 4 playing as well, so I forgot to mention that. Premier Division not until next week with the Good Friday clash between Balwyn and Blackburn, which will be out there as well. Let's go around the grounds again. We'll touch on Division 4 quickly. Interesting one here. There's only 3 games today with Surrey Park having the bye.
Lucky.
And unfortunately, that's just the way it goes with the 17 competition again.
You can just hear our play-by-play caller this afternoon. It he's not happy.
Keep him off the air. But let's jump into
that mic.
Let's jump onto the main game here. It's Chirnside Park Scoresby. 2 sides that I think will be right there in come finals time. Chirnside Park had a really strong season last year. It's not even that long ago where they had that 1 or 2 years of not winning a game. 2021 back in Division 4 was a bit of a season to get a bit of confidence back, and then 2022, finally they were able to make a final, win a final. They did bow out in the preliminary final, but it's a good run, Scott, and now they bring in someone like a Lee Odermatt and a few others, and they really will try and set themselves up to be there, go one better, make a grand final.
Yeah, I've spoken very highly of Chirnside in the off season. I feel as though the way they've sort of come towards season 2023, it's been a building sort of process. They've recruited very well. They've looked at sort of having those attacking backmen running off the back line, and I'm very bullish in what they can do this season. I hope they don't make a fool of me, and hopefully they start strong. It's a great a great opportunity for them against Scoresby. Obviously, Scoresby coming down and people speaking, highly of Scoresby, saying they're going to be tough competition. So it's just seeing where they sort of stack up. If they get the win, great. But if they lose those if they get sort of a smacking by Scoresby, then it's probably a little bit of where do we go from here again.
Well, it's an interesting one. It's always hard when sides move around from divisions to know exactly where they're going to place. And Scoresby is one of those where their first half of the season last year was really good, and it was certainly a team that belonged in Division 3, and then they really dropped off in the back half of the season. And I think with a new coach, Craig McKenzie comes in, and I know somewhat about him. He started the Burnie Under-19s not long ago, where he won a flag, I think in 2018. I think he's gone to Dalston since then. Really good coach. I like what they're doing. They've brought some players back to the club, which is important to get that culture up and going as they drop a division. I think they're going to be right there again. But it's a perfect test, Jono. Two sides that we think are going to be pretty strong. And by 5 o'clock today, we're going to have a bit of a better idea of just who's the front runner here. Yeah,
no doubt. I suppose, depending on who the front runner is, it depends if their system stacks up. Because you could go from division to division, and if your system's good, if you actually know that your system stacks up, no matter what the opposition is, because any team can show up on any day.
Yep.
So the system stacks up. Either team's got this for sure, because we just don't know. It's all about the system.
Do you have tips, Scotty? I have a feeling you'll go Churnside just with your pre-season thoughts. You're backing.
I've got to. I can't not. So I think it's going to be a really good matchup for them. But yeah, I'm confident in what they've done in the off season, so I'll go Churnside.
Yeah, I can't back out of Scoresby because I picked them for my premiership favourite.
But look out.
But Jono, you can be the decider.
I'll go with Scott, I reckon. Churnside Park.
The home ground advantage?
I think so,
It's a nice little advantage up there, but I think their rooms could almost be finished by now. I'm not too sure, but the last time we were there, they were in construction, so hopefully that's all done because they're up and going.
Yeah, just on that, there are actually a few club rooms that have been under construction. Mulgrave comes to mind.
Yep. Kilsyth started. Fair Park are a bit closer, hopefully, this year. So certainly around the grounds, I think Ferntree Gully we're maybe getting some upgrades as well. But
it's so good for club culture when you've got a completely new space. I mean, I can think about how hard it was for Mulgrave and. Its sister club, the Eastern Devils, they had to operate pretty much out of a container, and that's probably no different to any other club that was under construction. It does wonders for a club's culture, I tell you what.
Oh, and that's the thing. You don't really know sort of how much it affects players' clubs until it actually happens, and then what happens after that. And now they've had a full pre-season at Magpies Reserve to sort of see how it plays out.
That was a heck of an experience doing pre-season at Mulgrave, I tell you what.
But
unpacking stuff, and
it's great for clubs. It's great for the community, and we've spoken about that, off radio, that it's just such a great sort of thing for the community to be involved in local footy, and having those sort of facilities, it makes a world of difference.
Yeah, definitely. And Mulgrave we will touch on a bit later. They have not played at their home ground for over a year, is that right? I saw something.
Yeah, they didn't play a game.
The amount of days that they've been away from that home ground.
Where was it again last year?
They played at Wellington.
Wellington, that's right. So.
It doesn't help, does it, when you're playing away from home?
I didn't get down there, but they still did train a bit at Mulgrave from what I remember. But look, there's no place like home at the end of the day, and with blokes like Fletch and Lin Jong as well. We will touch on that, but I just wanted to say that would be absolutely huge.
Absolutely. The other two games, taking a look at Forest Hill, Nuttawading. Nuttawading, they've got a new coach, Frank Salinitri, Frank Salinitri, who did coach at Nuttawading, I think just around about a decade ago, and I think even they played finals when he was there. So obviously he's got a pretty good reputation, and to be wanted back at the club is really important for their sake. And I think the big thing today, Scott, is just improvement, 4 quarters of effort. Don't worry about the scoreline as such, but if they can, get something out of today. Doesn't have to be a win, but just show that they are on the right track.
It doesn't, but like they've been one that's been really productive in the off season. They've recruited heavily, and he has brought across a lot of players into that club. So there's probably going to be a lot of change and probably change to their system. So yeah, it's a reset in what we're sort of talking about once you've got a good system. But they're going to have to reset it and sort of find out where they can get those 4 points. And this is an opportunity. It's a club that's sort of building back strong in Forest Hill. So see where they go. I wouldn't be surprised if they get the win.
Well, they wouldn't either, because they've brought in a lot of names. They've brought some players from the VAFA, a few others. I haven't got the list in front of me right now, but look, they're expecting to win a couple of games this year, and I don't know if that's just you go into the season wanting to think real positively when you don't know. I mean, it's been a tough couple of years. The COVID wouldn't have helped the whole year in 2020. Whole year in 2020, not having footy. They've come back from it not being able to get up and firing.
And
but
COVID still had a say in season 21.
It did.
Season 2021
so
as well.
Interruptions then, and then last year, I mean, we looked at the start of the season with about a little bit of hope. They pushed Croydon North for 4 quarters and lost by 5 points, but then it started to fall away after. So if they can pinch a win early against a Forest Hill or Croydon North, would make the world a difference.
But this year as well, like even sort of parts of 2022 at that start, we were still dealing with COVID in a shape of sort of limiting people's, when they could leave and stuff. And whereas now we're sort of, it's a real season. Like this gives so many teams an opportunity that they may have really been hurt last year by illness and whatever else, and having to figure out their numbers and stuff.
Yeah, good point.
Whereas this year, I think across the whole board, it gives everyone a great starting block. It's a new season and hopefully an uninterrupted season for most clubs.
Yeah, I think we've got that confidence now that we won't be interrupted, Jono.
Yeah, so I guess with that, I'm pretty sure we're all in agreement. Certainty's a factor in this, in terms of how you're going to operate, whether that's a point of, like as you say, there's not as much COVID stuff going around, but actually from a point of view of injuries, personnel, etc., that's certainly a big factor into how a season goes for any team. And I guess Forest Hill and Nunawading are both in that sort of
well, touching on Forest Hill quickly, they've also been able to pick up quite a lot of people across the off-season. And again, you never know, especially when they come from different leagues, of how they'll perform in the season. So look, they're one to watch out. They'll back themselves. I know they did have a few injuries last year and they were depleted at times, so they'll be looking at a final spot if they can get there, but they've got to start today. This is just a non-negotiable for them. They've just got to win this and move forward. And the other final game is Croydon North Emlock versus Kilsyth. We actually spoke to Simon Caldwell this morning on Radio Eastern, and I think he's looking pretty positively at where the side is at the moment. It's been a real improve from 5 years ago, and they've just been able to steady, make their way up in the division, and now are a side that probably could contend for a flag, Jono.
I spoke to the man you speak off air, actually, outside of the studio before he walked in. It was great to be out. At
Radio Eastern.
At Radio Eastern, yes. And yeah, it was optimism more than anything for the coach. And well, I think he's backing his men in today.
Yeah, definitely. And Scott, they played Croydon North, and we saw them out there last year at home, where they got their first match of the round game. Look, they've lost a couple. Hudson and Punnett are big losses. I think they featured pretty highly in their best and fairest counts. And it's a much different. The year before, they picked up, I think, 27 players. So again, it's a big difference this season. But look, they'd wanted look for some improvement as well, because they've got to keep going forward. They won 4 games last year, which is the most since they've entered the league. But they'll want to pinch 5 or 6 if they can.
They'll need to, because again, it's sort of similar to Div 3, Div 4. You could throw a blanket over most of them as to where they're sort of going to finish, and it's going to be a tight race, especially for that final sort of spot. So look, I think Kilsyth. I'm confident in Kilsyth in their ability. They've recruited very, very well. When we saw them play Croydon, they matched up extremely well. Very quick side from that. So I'm expecting good things from Kilsyth, but at home, Croydon, it's a great opportunity again to just start the season on the right foot, get the 4 points, and go from there and build. But yeah, it's going to be a tough game for them.
Absolutely. Let's jump into Division 2 now. 5 games there today. One side who is playing their first game in Division 2 this season is Upper Ferntree Gully. They'll host Heathmont today. I'm very worried about the Gully this year. They lost a lot of talent. Their top players, Max Brasher goes to Baronia, Lord's out, Luke Tynan's off to Doncaster East. So it's a new coach, it's a new side, and they play a Jets who, if we're talking about Forest Hill as a non-negotiable to win, this isn't an absolute must-win for Heathmont because they really fell behind early last season. So they've got to pinch one. They've just got to win this, don't they?
Oh, without doubt. Like it's going into that season opener strong and putting a stamp on it. For Heathmont, they'll sort of see obviously what's happened at Upper Ferntree Gully and find out from there if they can get the win. So I'm again confident in Heathmont getting the 4 points. But it's any team can win on day one when we're starting a season. Certainly right.
And the other side who's playing in Division 2 for the first time is Waverley Blues. They take on Templestowe today. They host the game. They'll unfurl the flag. I'm really high on Waverley Blues. I think they've got a really good structure that's going to suit this Division 2 competition. Templestowe have got a couple of injuries today, or a couple of key players not in the side. Cloak's not there, and a few others. So I'd say the Waverley Blues would be heavy favourites there today. We're actually just joined by Kevin Collins, the Donvale head coach. Kevin, thanks for joining us. Obviously, last year the final series was really strong. You came home hot, a big win over Coldstream, knocked over Warrandyte, and then pushed Waverley Blues right to the end of the game. So I'm sure you've come into off-season with a lot of confidence and a bit of positivity.
Yeah, we've had a good pre-season. We've got a lot of optimism with our players. Last year was a good year despite the result in the end, but we developed a lot of good footballers, and then we've had a really good pre-season, and it's gone really quickly, and now we're up for round 1 against Warrandyte, who are a really good team. We played them in the prelim final last year, so but it's always difficult to know where you're at until you play that first game. We've recruited, they recruited, plus we brought some of our juniors through, they brought their juniors through, so it'll be just a really tough arm wrestle, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, certainly. And some of those inclusions, Matt Days comes across from Blackburn, James Pell, Mitch Brower. How crucial is it to be able to get some talent from Premier Division clubs to come down and play for you? And it makes a statement of where you guys are at Division 3, that you're able to attract some really talented people down here.
Yeah, it's good. All of those players had, certainly Matt Dace come down to play with his brother Nick. He's a junior of ours, and James Pell was one of our juniors as well. So they've returned to the club. So it is a testament to the club that they've chosen to come back. We've picked up a couple of other players from Baldwin and stuff, and they've come over to play. So I think we're in a fairly good situation where people are interested to come across. So we're hopefully going to develop them as well. So they bring some experience. We've got a really young list. So the experience of James Pell and the like and Matt Day. He's from Preston, Essendon, VFL. They're good players that have really good leadership, offer great leadership.
You pretty much answered my question on Matt Day, but in terms of his VFL experience at 2 clubs, relatively good systems. What, in terms of his VFL experience, has he brought to the club in pre-season, and how your system matches up with that?
He's a really good. He's a really good speaker, and he's taken a couple of drills, and he's spoken about the importance of controlling tempo and when to go fast and when to go slow. And we can give it. The boys can get it from the coaches, but when they get it from someone within who's on the ground, who can actually reinforce it there and then, it's just really important to us. So he's just been a really good teaching factor for our younger blokes.
And with what you were talking about, you're getting the players across, and you haven't really lost many, I don't think, over the off season. Is that sort of something that you're bringing down to culture, or is it the sort of success that players can see with the team? Like, what do you put that down to, or is it just your sheer coaching ability that attracts them?
That's certainly not the matter. I think in 3rd division, the evenness of the comp, that's number one, and anyone on their day can win, and so. I think that's been an attractive point, whereas in Premier Division, some of the teams struggle.
Yep.
And let's be honest there. The second thing is that I think that it's probably the culture of the club. We've signed up some players over probably the last 2 or 3 years who have come down and have reinforced. There's a social aspect of the club, but there's also a serious aspect of the club, and we make sure that the boys are inclusive and work really hard, good work ethic. So I think that's probably the attractive thing. There's other players like, you've got your juniors like Dutchy Holland today is playing his 100th game, Rouser and those blokes, or those boys, Sammy Goldsmith, Matt Liardi, they're all locals, and they're just mates from around who've come to decide. Some of the boys live together, and it's just that friendship group that has sort of done it. We haven't actively gone out and chased anyone.
Yep.
Because we're pretty confident with our under-19s and our junior program.
And your junior program is impeccable. Like your promotion of it, your 14s and 16s on social media at the moment are going through the roof. You really got a really good sort of belief in what the club is doing. And has that always been the case, or has that have you sort of changed things along the way and seen the progress of those junior programs?
I think it's the case. But you look at two players there with Dylan Sinisic and Caleb Jordovic, they're the heart and soul of the club, and they're 18 and 19.
Yep.
And so when you see that your juniors are coming through, and probably 80% of the group have come through our juniors, so I think that reinforces the fact that they're all mostly homegrown, and people would like to get involved with that.
Going back to last year's preliminary final, it was a 10-point win in your favour. How much have you looked at that going into today's game, and how you're going to go about them?
Oh, we just know on their ground that was a different situation of where we were playing at Ringwood. So on this, we're really limited in terms of narrow ground, and so we understand it's really important to get that centre stoppage and get the clearance early to take it deep inside 30, and then you should be able to score. But look, it could have gone either way. So we've looked at that, but that's in the past. So we've more probably just been monitoring how they've gone in the last 2 games. So they've been beaten, but they've played top teams, and we've won twice, and our opposition weren't probably as strong as their opposition. So we're sort of in a different sort of mould. So we've had a good preparation, and we'll just wait and see. But no, they've got a different list. They've got a new ruckman in, and they've had a few turnover as well. So we've looked at it, but we're just looking forward at the moment.
Thanks very much, Kevin, for coming in. I know you're a busy man, so we really appreciate the time and looking forward to seeing how you guys go today.
No worries. Thanks for the work, boys. Do a great job. Thanks,
Kevin. That's the Donvale Football Club head coach. Boys are, again, similar to Warrandyte, we're pretty all very positive on where the club is going, and I think, again, with the guys that they've brought in, I mean, they've, as you mentioned, some VFL talent, Premier Division clubs, and as he said, they've come back to their home. They're Donvale junior players, and now they're back in the senior side, which is, I think, a big thing for the club.
It's an amazing program that they're running sort of through their junior campaigns, especially for 14s and 16s.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're just going to take one more break before we get back into the Division 3 match of the round between Warrandyte and Donvale.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the round between Warrandyte and Donvale. We're very close to kick-off. I think we're just about 20 minutes away from the start of this game. Division 3 blockbuster, two sides. Preliminary final rematch. We're going to see him again today and probably see him a couple times, I reckon, come September. But joining us today for the first time today is Josh Ward and Brett Beston, who will be calling the game. Josh, I'll start with you. It's been a mammoth pre-season for you. You've been in the podcast, you've been in the media day, you've pretty much had my job, pretty much, the way you've been going. But I'm sure you're thrilled to be.
I've got to kill.
Yeah, I'm sure you're thrilled to be here for calling the first game of the season.
Yeah, very excited, mate. It's a pleasure being out here at Warrandyte Reserve. I played a little junior footy out here as well, and the last time
for Warrandyte?
Not for Warrandyte. Well, against Warrandyte, but the last time, but the last time I played out here, I don't want to talk about it. That wasn't the greatest match, but yeah, it's been 7 years since I've been out here for a footy match, and it's changed a lot. Then there was the portables on the basketball courts. This area we're here on the balcony was still under construction, but I said earlier, short-term pain for long-term gain. It's beautiful facilities out here, and we've got a magnificent view from up here. It's one of my favourite calling spots already to call from, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great setup up here, and we're pretty lucky to be up on the balcony. Beautiful ground. Not sure about the conditions. It was sunny before you got here, Brett, and then as soon as you walked in, we had rain and everything. But glad to have you back, a veteran of the team, and I'm sure you're looking forward to having the footy back and being able to call the game.
That's a bit of an understatement. I just 6 months of it without footy is just every day I wake up and think, when's footy starting? When's footy coming back? And it's finally back. So great to be out here again. As you say, not the greatest of days, although at least it's not raining at the moment. But it is a bit cool. But really looking forward to this one. Two of the top perform sides in Division 3. And of course, Donvale very nearly caused the upset of the season in that grand final.
Incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was amazing. Considering Waverley, that Waverley Blues just dominated so much for all the season. But this goes to show anything can happen in a grand final. And I think we're in for a cracking contest today.
And we're also, again, joined by Scott Hardy and also Paul Uconi for the first time today. Paul, you're back and you're going to be doing the stats again today. I'm sure you're looking forward to a good day of footy.
Certainly am, boys. It's great to have the footy back. And it should be a great game between two great sides. Warrandyte will want to respond after being knocked out in the prelim last year in Donvale. Them as well, having gone down in the grand final. But no, it should be a great game of footy.
Now, Paul, you're a Swans man. How excited are you to see a red and white side?
It'll be good. But I think seeing two red and white sides in 2 days. Then again, tomorrow they'll be still wearing the same colours, but it'll be the other way around.
See, I thought you were going along the lines of the grand final last year because we haven't seen Paul since
No.
At
least it wasn't a Carlton or Surrey Park reference. At least it wasn't that.
There we go. Brett Resson's already dropping that. Let's get stuck into some of the games around the league again before we get into the Division 3 clash. We've touched on Divisions 3 and 4, part of Division 2. A couple of the other games we'll go through quickly. Ringwood Knox is happening tonight at 6 p.m. Under lights. I think everyone is backing Ringwood to get it done again. They've just been phenomenal over the last 5 or 6 years, and I don't see that dropping off. Mulgrave East Burwood. Josh, fantastic for Mulgrave to have their home ground back. It's been a long time coming, and it should be a real big buzz with a couple of new star recruits that been playing at AFL level.
Yeah, it's exciting times if you're a Mulgrave fan. And speaking with Matt Richards in the off-season, they are excited. They're bullish on their chances, hoping to play finals this year, and understandably so when you get, well, a former AFL Premiership player who kept Buddy Franklin to 1 goal in the grand final. He'll be playing forward, I believe, this year, but you know, it's still remarkable to have him across, along with Lin Jong, who's just, you know, at his best, he can tear a game apart. His AFL career was cruelled by injuries. He comes across after a year in the Northern Footy League for Montmorency. Had a pretty good season there. Played the 12 games, and you know, he's going to be a massive inclusion for them. I won't be surprised if he's like best on ground each week he plays for them. He's that good. And you know, they're up against an East Burwood side though that are really, really talented and with plenty of new faces as well, Ryan. Yeah, absolutely. I know Max Wills isn't in the side, but defensively they're still pretty strong, and I think they'll have a few options to try out on Roberts up there. I really like what East Burwood have done, and they've come into the league, come into the division last year and made a statement. They won their first 5, Brett, and they ended up making a preliminary final and were, you know, a really strong side all season.
Absolutely. I mean, it's never easy when you come up into a new division, but they certainly held their own. Max Wills is a big loss, as you say, Ryan, but it will be interesting to see if they can kick on from that and go again this year.
Yeah, definitely. And the other game in Division 2 is Boronia and the Basin. Basin been cruelled with, cruelled with their outs over the off-season. Their top 6 or 7 players have all gone to different clubs, so it's a much younger side. They're going to be really relying on their under-19s. And as we said, on the other hand, Boronia have just done the opposite. They've been able to bring a lot of talented recruits in, Scott, and they're prime, and this is their year. They've, you know, no excuses. I think they've got to be making a grand final. In my eyes, I think their list is just, it's too good to be, you know, being knocked out in an early final.
Yeah, the talk of Boronia is strong in this off-season, and there's been a number of people that have predicted them to finish high, me included. I had them sort of ranked around third position for finishing, but they could easily go higher. But yeah, they've got to deliver, and that's probably been at times their weakness, that there's games that they should have won that they didn't, and they sort of have slipped. But this is a perfect opportunity for them. They come in as, I would think, red hot favourites there, and obviously against a side that's probably looking at rebuilding in the Basin.
Yeah, certainly. So that's Division 2 all wrapped up. We'll quickly jump into Division 1. We've still got a bit of time with the Resi's game still going on at currently Donvale leading that 10-7, 67 to 9-5 or 9-6, 60 Warrandyte. Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully we've got a similar game today with a close result. But Division 1, probably the highlight of the round, I think, is probably Mooroolbark Wanturna South and the South Belgrave North Ringwood game. We'll touch on Mooroolbark first, Josh. I mean, we've gone through their outs over the pre-season. Mullen and Jordan are probably the biggest ones that really going to hurt them up forward for a side that's really attacking. But they've still got a strong midfield. Guys like Smith and Noonan. Monkhurst is still there. Backline, they're pretty set up well. But they take on Wanturna South, who are going to be wanting to prove themselves early as a real threat. Yeah, they definitely do. Wanturna South, they've made great improvements this off-season, bringing in an ex-AFL player and a former Premier Division coach in Brett Moyle. Then, you know, you bring back Sean Young and particularly Taylor Leggett as well back to the club. I know he didn't. We talked about it yesterday on the weekend forecast time. He didn't have the impact he had at Boronia that he did at Wanturna South. That he could, when he did play because of injuries. When he did play, he still made a massive impact. And you know, you've got Lachlan Bain going back to his junior club. It's exciting times if you're a Wanturna South fan. But yeah, Mooroolbark still have plenty of talented players. I think I saw Riley Monkhurst is actually listed at full forward as well. So potentially a different role for him this year. Well, it gives him a chance to sort of probably move the magnets around, Brett, and you know, you don't always get to do that, but they've got to try something else now, because I mean, you look at this year as maybe a with no promotion until 2024, you can look at it as a 2-year building block to get to that stage. Try out some younger guys this year, stay in the division, and then next year have your real assault on a flag.
That's right. Although you can't read too much into where players are named because coaches do play ducks and drakes.
They muck around.
And they get out there and, you find that. But Monkhurst, I mean, he's colossal, isn't he? He's just such a man mountain and he's so strong in the ruck. So they'll put him in the ruck, throw him forward when required. So he'll probably play a bit of a dual role. But, very good player. I'm still pretty bullish about Murrelbach. I think they're a good side and I think they'll be there when the whips are cracking.
Scott, what do you think about Wantirna South? Because I think they're they're maybe a bit of the dark horse. I think Spider's got them to win the flag, I think. But look, I think they're right there. I think they're a top 3 side. I just don't know if they're just ready for a premiership yet.
Yeah, definitely, and it's probably this is the perfect game to show us either we know what we're talking about or have no clue whatsoever. And I think Murrelbach think we have no clue because a lot of people have predicted that they sort of drop and obviously that sort of change in the players sort of coming and going. But look, I think Wantirna are within every right to have a belief that they're going to be there, for a premiership contention. I'd be surprised if they did not get into the finals. I think that's a guarantee just with the side that they've got. But it's a contest, and if they can really deliver a knockout blow to Murrelbach, it really makes questions of Murrelbach.
Away from home too, which Murrelbach don't lose at.
Correct. And so that's where the contest is going to be interesting and where those sides both sort of sit currently.
Yeah, definitely. And the other one that I want to probably just touch on a little bit is the South Belgrave-North Ringwood game. Hard one to tip. Both sides are coming into Division 1 from different divisions, Division 3 and Division 2 in Premier Division. North Ringwood have had a pretty good pre-season. They knocked off Doncaster. They played off against Waverley Blues, but I think their senior sides weren't really head-to-head in a sort of a 6-quarter format, so hard to read from that game. But I think they're set up pretty well. They've been able to bring in Patrick Rose up forward, and then they take on South Belgrave, who, Brett, have just had a phenomenal rise up the divisions, and I think they're pretty set up well because they've been able to keep your Tim Smiths and your Garners, and they've kept everyone there, and they're going to be a dangerous side. No one's going to want to go up and play them up the mountain this year. Well,
that's the other thing. We talk about teams making home grounds a bit of a fortress, and it is a difficult place to go up and play South Belgrave at their home ground. So, if they can win the majority of their home games, pinch a couple of away wins, I think they'll do very well.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you think the same, Josh, but...
Yeah, I think so. There goes the full-time siren in the reserves. Donvale win there, but I think so. They've got a heap of forward options, Scott, do South Belgrave, and they only lost the one game last year there, and that was against the only side that defeated them in 2022, Mulgrave, and it's such a hard ground to travel up to. It's a unique ground as well, a pretty small one, almost as small as this ground here. So they'll definitely look to take advantage of that, right?
Yeah, definitely. We're going to go to one last break here for the Eastland Match of the round. When we're back, it's finally time. It's here. It's a Division 3 clash between Warrandyte and Donvale.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Very good afternoon from Warrandyte Reserve. We are back, everyone. It's going to be great to be back too out here today for this big third division clash between Warrandyte and Donvale. Looking forward to it immensely. My name's Brett Best and I'll be calling the action with you this afternoon alongside my co-commentator as we introduce the rest of the team. Josh Ward. Josh, great to have you alongside us today and looking forward to a good game.
Yeah, looking forward to a great game, Besto, and excited to be calling alongside here. It's good to have footy. It's good to have footy back. It's great to have footy back, and yeah, it's exciting times. It's a big clash we've got here. We've just had chaos ensure in the reserves game. The siren had sounded. The game is back on, and it's already a crazy start to the season, and I'm expecting quite a crazy game between Warrandyte and Donvale here.
There's a little bit of confusion. We thought the game was over, but it continues on, so will we. Special comments today. We've got, of course, our EFNL media manager, Ryan Long, and alongside him, Scott Hardy. Afternoon, boys.
Yeah, thanks, Besto. No, a bit of confusion there. We thought it was done, but I think the sides all went off, and then 5 minutes early, and Blake and Jono might know more on the boundary. They were out on the ground, and then I saw them running off. So currently in that game, Donvale lead by 7 points. It's still going probably for another few minutes, but it's all happening, and there will be a minute silence just to let everyone know before the start of the senior game, which now probably won't be starting at 2:20, probably a few minutes later.
Well, I'm glad we've got that cover over for 5:15 finish. So
yeah,
it might work out nice.
Look at that smart move.
Yeah, well done already. Promote that man.
And down the end of the panel, he's doing stats. He's a man of many talents because he does scores sometimes. He does stats some, but I think he's going to be doing stats for us today. Paul Yaconi. Paul, great to have you back, mate. Welcome back.
Thank you, Besto. Hello, boys. Should be a great contest, and yeah, as I said a bit earlier, both sides are looking to respond after last year and are widely expected to be up there.
Indeed. Down on the boundary, I'm not sure if the boys on the boundary have got us, but we've got Blake Tennant and Jono down there. Boys, can you hear us?
Yes, indeed we can. It is a great afternoon down here. Extraordinary scenes, as you've said, Besto. And, well, the siren sounded at the roughly about 44, 46. They still have a few minutes to go, about 4 minutes to play as the clock ticked over. So I'm not, hopefully everything's okay in that regard. But Blake Tennant, what are your thoughts on that one? That was a bit interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, most bizarre thing I've ever witnessed. I've been around local footy for a long time, and so I think what they'll do is probably five, maybe 4 minutes of play, and hopefully get back for the seniors.
So Blake, describe the weather conditions down here.
As that's game over.
Might need to take the jacket off. Do you reckon? It's a bit humid, isn't it?
Yeah, when I ride here, when I arrived here, I had the T-shirt on, but I think I'll put the jacket on for now. But I feel like it's about 11, maybe pushing about 14 degrees and mostly sunny today. So I'm no weather guru, but I think we should be right for footy.
Thank you, boys. I tell you
Back
what,
to you guys.
You might think it feels warm down there, but it feels like about 10 up here, and we're up nice and high with the breeze as well. So, boys, just while we're waiting for things to sort of finish up here, and the minute silence, etc., let's just go through and get your tips for today. Two sides who had very good years last year. There is the siren, I think.
You can hear someone in the background going, "Are you sure?" That's amazing.
We won't call it just yet because you never know, they might come out and just play again. But for your interest, it's the Resi's game has gone the way of Donvale, and they've won it by 79 to 66 second time around. All right, boys, tips for today. Donvale, who made the grand final last year, very nearly caused a massive upset against Warrandyte, who themselves were finalists last year. Josh, which way you going?
I'm thankful we didn't do our tips yesterday, Ryan, on the weekend forecast. Well, I think you tipped Warrandyte, but I'm thankful I didn't do my tip because it's been hard to tip this game just because these two sides are going to be right up there this season, and I think it could honestly be a potential grand final preview here. I won't be surprised if it is, but with the home ground advantage, I think it'll be Warrandyte. I'm hoping it's a close game, Besto first up, although I've had many close games to start the season for my Blue Boys. I don't want that happening again, but I think Warrandyte just get up here.
Ryan Long, our media manager, which way are you going, mate?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing that we said at the start of the broadcast is that everyone who did tips, ladder predictions, had Warrandyte and Donvale first and second in one way or the other. So I think we've got a really good contest on our hands. Both sides have got some really good inclusions. I'm leaning towards Warrandyte. I think, other than Waverley Blues, they were the best side last year. I know what happened in the preliminary final, but they had a really good season, and their forward line is what Paul's, I think, really excited about. He spoke to us earlier, some of the new guys that come in there. Really looking forward to see how they gel, and that gives someone like a Ryan Phillips, who is already really dominant, gives him even more of a breathing room up forward. So in saying that, I'll tip Warrandyte, but I think it's going to be close, and I'm just really excited just to see both sides in action because there's no way that both these sides don't play finals to me. That they're locks.
100%. Scotty, which way are you going, mate?
Yeah, I'm heading against the grain. I'm going Donvale. I think they've got a really good list at the moment. Obviously, Warrandyte have got a sort of bit of a change to their forward structure, and that may take them a little bit to get into. But yeah, I'm going Donvale, but in a very close one, probably 8 points.
Paul Yaconi, which way, Paul?
I'm going to lean towards Warrandyte in this one, but not by a lot.
All right. Blake and Jono down on the boundary. Boys, can you hear us? What tips for you?
Yeah, Blake, we'll start with you. What have you got, mate?
It's great to see as well, as I touched on, footy's back, and it's great to see two good sides that are looking likely to contend for the Division 3 premiership, and I'm really looking forward. Big crowd brewing as well, and the ground is in great condition. So back to you, boys.
We're looking for a tip, mate. What do you got?
Just wait a second.
Round one clash between rivals Warrandyte and Donvale, and I thank Donvale for being involved in this today. We at Warrandyte are very privileged to have some fantastic people at work and are associated with the football club, and unfortunately we honour these people, and unfortunately on the off season we lost one of our dear life members, Ken Donald, who was past president, life member, fantastic bloke, a very humble gentleman, respected by all, and quite frankly he would be a bit embarrassed by all this fuss, but he was a fantastic bloke. So we honour Ken and we honour his contribution to the Warrandyte Football Club. Also, I'm led to believe that we've lost one of our umpires over this off-season, so they are wearing black armbands in honour of that. And we lost one of our own from the Thompson family, and representing the family we've got Kyle, who's around, and David in the scoreboard. So all in all, a sad time, but one of reflection and one that the Warrandyte Football Club's very, very proud to be associated with. So I thank you all for attending today. If you just want to join with me in a small moment of silence for these great people, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the footy. Thank you.
All right, so a nice little moment there of respect for a couple of players that have, a couple of personalities that are no longer with us. So we're just getting set now for a start on this one. I think we were going through the tips. Scotty, did we get yours on the end?
Yeah, Donvale by
Donvale,
8.
Paul?
We haven't. Well,
we haven't got the boys on the boundary, so if
that was the boys, yeah.
they're still there, we'll cross to them.
We'll restart down here with Blake Tennant. What was your tip, mate?
I've got Donvale to win by about 15 points. I think it'll come down to the last quarter, and it's to see who wants them more, and I think Donvale have that. So 15 points, Donvale.
I'm going in favour with the home side, boys. I reckon that the Reds will win by, 10 points. Let's get it on. Let's do it.
All right, well, Donvale for me, I think they've made some great signings in the off-season, particularly the ex-Blackburn boys that have come across. And you guys have all got short memories because let's remember Donvale made the grand final last year and very nearly beat the Waverley Blues, but there's not a lot of love for them. But I can understand.
I think that was pretty even. I think we had 5-3 then, I think, on the call.
That's all right.
Yeah, we have 4-3 here, but just a reminder as well, Warrandyte didn't lose or haven't lost a home game in a long time here as well.
Good, Josh.
So
good
yeah, I've been doing my homework. ladies and gentlemen.
They've got quite a bit of a different looking side to last year though. So that's another thing. It's a little bit of an unknown, the players coming in and how they'll go. But no, I'm on the Donvale bandwagon. But look, it's going to be close, and it could certainly go either way, no doubt about it.
It's David Holland in the middle. I think they posted on their social media, Donvale. It's his 100th game as well for the
fantastic achievement.
It is a great achievement, and not something you see very often, as the toss has just been done. Warrandyte are kicking to the right of your radio dials, or to the, we'll call it the Warrandyte road end of the ground, and then you've got Donvale kicking to the left or to the tennis court end of the ground. Jono and Blake, I'm not too sure if you can hear us. There is a bit of a wind now. Is it favouring any end, really?
It's probably just on the top there, I reckon, Wardy. As Besto said, it feels a little bit more freezing than it is down here. No wind to speak of at the moment, but it's going to be one of those games where we're telling you the wind's off, the wind's on. It's all happening down here at Warrandyte, I tell you what.
It's probably a good note though. Like if they are just bombing the ball into the forward line, that wind's probably going to catch it really heavily. So they'll have to lower their eyes a little bit more than just bombing.
It definitely is. I'll go back to the Warrandyte forward line as well. I can understand my Paul Donahue is really excited about it. You know, you've got Ryan Phillips and Quinn Clark who both had great seasons, and we were down here. Blake and I were down here on Thursday night as well. And you know, speaking with Nick DePrew, the new assistant coach who is coaching the forwards there, you know, he's excited about that forward. He's excited about that forward line, and you know, you've got others like Kieran Malone, who holds the record for the most super coach points in a match in a 2015 TAC Cup game. Of course, it's the Coates Talent League now. You know, you've got Tom Grimes roaming up there. You've got Lockie O'Brien, who can roam up there, and Dakota Brooking. It's an exciting forward line. Donvale's is equally exciting, led by Nick Murphy, but it is really, it's going to be a good match, potentially high scoring as well.
Let's not forget Ethan Duncan either, who kicked 37 last year. So between the two of them, Murphy and Duncan kicked 85 goals. So that's a fair effort.
Well, it's interesting where he'll play. I think they prefer him up forward, and he kicked 6 against Warrandyte, I think, in that prelim last year.
Yeah, he did, and 5
of
those came.
Man, isn't he, Duncan? He sort of moved around a little bit.
Because he works really well as a key defender, and that's what we really like seeing him in previous seasons.
He's starting up forward here is Ethan Duncan, and I can't see Nick Murphy there as well, actually. So maybe he's starting on the bench, but that's very interesting. Is teams are starting to get into position. We've still got a couple of people on the ground. Brett Beston, I'll let you get us underway for season 2023. Footy is back in the eastern suburbs.
Thank you, Wardy. Great to be back out here at the Warrandyte Reserve as the umpire gets the first throw of the season up, and it's Haig who gets the head out, knocks it down to Brower. It's the one of the Blackburn recruits. Gets it inside 50, ball going towards the boundary line, going across there and trying to pick it up was Jordovic. And it's through for a minor score, first score of the season.
Thank you.
So expect it to be a little bit scrappy early on as the sides just find their feet.
It was a good chance there for Jordovic, as Warrandyte will look to rebound here. Their usual kick-inner, Andrew White, isn't playing today, so a bit of a loss there as they go to the far side here. Good contested mark taken there from the, I'm not too sure who that is. He's looking for options, goes inboard. He's trying to find Zach Carroll, one of the new recruits. It's a scrappy ball. Hayden's going to pick up the ball here. One of the other new recruits, I think that's Adam Brovedani. He tries to get it over the top here. out the back. Big chance here for Warrandyte to go forward, but Donvale intercept. Quinn Clark nearly got the intercept there. I think that's Heagney, just thumps it inside 50. Duncan in a one-on-one. Is it going to be a free? No, Duncan nearly picks up the crumbs though, and it's a scrappy ball here already, as it's going to be a ball up in Donvale's forward 50. So it's been a pretty scrappy start so far. You're right, Besto. Ryan?
Yeah, just a clarification on the reserves. It was usually the rule that once it gets close to the time, it's usually stopped, but that's changed now, so they do have a finish time, and that would be why.
Yeah, there was confusion.
A bit of confusion at the end.
As Hayden gets a massive fist in the direction of James Rouser, who's held up by, I think that's Tom Grimes there, an ex-Northern Knights player. Grimes, as it's Hayden against Haig. It will be for most of the day. Lambert trying to get his hands on the ball, as is James Rouser, half-forward flank here for Donvale. It's just going to be a ball up. Paul Yukone?
Well, Warrandyte have already got the pressure there. Got 4 tackles already to zip.
So already doing great stuff in the pressure. Zach Haig just shrugs Hayden out, but illegally said the umpire. He often does that. Didn't get away with that one, did Haig, as Hayden's looking for the handball. He does get the handball here to Lachlan O'Brien. He gets the handball out there to his teammate. Under pressure there. Warrandyte will be able to get it clear through Bryce Scholar. Couldn't take the mark there, Bradford. Clark picks up the ball. Holding the ball, says the umpire, and Donvale, they're going to have a chance to go forward here through Kyle Wignall. Gets it inside 50. Duncan in another one-on-one. Nearly took the mark. It's going to be a holding the man free kick, though. Ethan Duncan, an early chance to kick his first goal of the season.
Danger signs on Duncan there. He's been really prominent up forward and doing some really good attacking coming out of that forward line as well.
And he was prominent in that first quarter as well. In the preliminary final, he kicked 5 of his 6 goals in that first quarter, from what I saw as well. It's a pretty tough kick from here. We've got a pretty good view of this. 37 goals in 19 games. A phenomenal season. The ultimate swingman. You'd really want 2 of him. As he comes in from the centre square, played on the mark, trying to distract him. Good ball drop, just drifting to the left through for a minor score. So 2 blemishes early on for Donvale. They're 2 behind. Warrandyte yet to score. Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just to reiterate what just happened there. Lockie O'Brien, I think he was wrong place, wrong time. Just acting a bit dumb kind of thing, just holding that play. I think he got too worried what Ethan Duncan was going to do then. Back to you, boys.
So Jordan Powell with the kick in. Ball goes out towards the far side. Can they keep it in over there? Hayton takes position for Warrandyte, but they can't keep it in, and the umpire will throw it in. So just a couple of behinds on the board so far, yet to have the first goal out here at Warrandyte Reserve. Interesting conditions with this breeze as Hayton gets the tap, nicely won by Warrandyte. They go forward, ball knocked down into the hands there of, I think it was Mill. Now they get it out, but as they've given it away, they've turned possession over. Now Myers, now Warrandyte look to go forward again. Nice work though, little handball over the top from McCormick. Gets it out there to Holland, but he's taken a huge tackle. And is the umpire going to pay that? Let's just wait and see. Has he paid it?
On the ball.
He has, yep. So Holland it was. Bit of a hospital pass, to be honest. And it's a free kick to Warrandyte.
Adam Brovadani, one of I think 8 new players for the side today. Big chance here early on to kick his first goal in Warrandyte colours.
So Brovadani, we talked about the new look in this Warrandyte side with a number of new players, and as Josh said, he's one of the new boys. Let's see how he goes, looking for the first goal of the day. Kick of about probably 40 metres. It looks to be off target though. And no one can find the big sticks. It's gone through for a minor score. It's Warrandyte's first of the day, and it's 2 behinds playing 1 behind on the Bendigo-Beck score. But we've had 5 minutes.
And just around the grounds, Whitehorse off to a quick start. 2-3-15 to Sylvan 1 behind. Coldstream and Oakley District 1-1-7 apiece.
So we might be getting our Sylvan tip on the weekend forecast, Ryan. We backed them in out at home, unfurling the flag, but kicking duties here for Donvale. Short kick to the 100-gamer, David Holland. Not too much to go to. Duncan and Haig right in front of us as the 2 talls. Rousel potentially looking for the crumbs. Duncan gets it out the back here. Not too sure who that number 8 is for Warrandyte. We'll get the boys to get onto that as it's going to go out of bounds right in front of us here on the balcony. So moving a bit forward, Warrandyte, Donvale, I beg your pardon, as Haig and Hayden go at it again. Two of the best Division 3 ruckmen. Hayden got the tap down to Carroll, but all on his own there. He kicks it to Kyle Wignall. He went to his opposite number as Michael Cullum will pick up the ball. Heagney overran it there, and Warrandyte will get the chance to go forward. No, they won't. Handball over the top here. All on his own is Matthew Day. He gets the handball to Zach Haig, who's looking for Ethan Duncan in on one-on-one. Is it going to trickle through for a goal? No, it won't. Duncan will pick it up. He'll kick the goal. So, in the end, it was scrappy, but it's still a goal. And Ethan Duncan gets the first of the season for Donvale. They're 1-2-8. Warrandyte one behind. A good setup there from Zach Haig, the big man. He has every case to be the best ruckman in Division 3 as we cross boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just to touch on about the number 8. Unfortunately, Warrandyte of SWAT jumpers. So number 36 originally is Lachlan Pollock. He's now wearing the number 8, boys.
Thank you for that, Blake.
You're right, Josh. Haig's just found a lot of space on that outside, and they were able to use it well and Duncan over the top. Finished nicely.
So Matt Day's going to get the clearance here, but it's the intercept mark taken here by Josh Beasley, already on the charge here at Donvale as they might get the intercept here. No, good mark. Jordan Power there. Handball away here to his teammate on the run. On one-on-one there from behind. This is going to be a holding free kick. It is. It's going to go the way of Sam Goldsmith. Not too much to go to. I think it's a Warrandyte free kick, Besto. Chaos ensues there as well as they'll get the free kick here.
So it's Brooking who takes the free kick. Little handball off. Nice work, Cameron. They'll go inside 50 now. It's a little chiseling kick, and that's a good mark. Beautifully done, taken there by
Quinn Clark.
15, Quinn Clark it is. So 36 goals for him last season. He's one of the dual threats for this Warrandyte side.
Jeez, he's copying it in that pocket as well. I don't know if you can see it on the screen there, Besto.
Not an easy kick. He's going to go the right foot banana. He struck it pretty well, and it's just going to come up.
Oh, it's a mark
on the line and put through. It's a goal to Malone. Kieran, yes, it's been paid. So the Donvale defence just going to sleep, and Kieran Malone took the mark right on the line, and he's poked it through. So great work from Warrandyte as they get their first of the afternoon, and they reduce the margin to a point. It's 1-1-7 to 1-2-8. Donvale in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard after 8.5 minutes.
That was a bit of a scrappy goal there. Kieran Malone, he is a proven goal kicker as well. I think he's played the 30-odd TAC Cup games back in the day and kicked 40 goals. He's an unbelievable weapon for Warrandyte to have as it's back in the middle. Tap down there from Warrandyte's new ruckman, Sculler, and it's going to be a ball up here. Paul Yukone?
They've had a bit of work to do in the early stages, Warrandyte, but at least they've been efficient. They've had 2 inside 50s, and they've had the 2 scoring shots.
They've done well as they'll get the ball out here to Jack Bradford, who Sandball is intercepted there, and picking up the ball is Mitch Brower, who goes inside 50. Ethan Duncan all on his own once again. It's going to be a ball up. Doing well there was the Warrandyte defender. It's just a ball up. It could have been a free kick, but he did well as Nick Murphy, who's on the field now, will take ruck duties inside forward 50. Warrandyte are going to get the clearance here, looking for Jake Harkins, but he couldn't take the mark. It's on the far side here, James Rouser. What a star he is for Donvale. Gets it to Holland, who goes inside 50. Not a whole lot to go to. It's a mark paid there for Warrandyte, and they'll look to rebound from defence. And all on his own there, Josh Powell. A little bit of a slip up there, but he still takes the mark. Taking the mark there, Nakota Brooking had Geimer there as well, but it was Brooking who took the mark. Play on, says the umpire. Got a man running from behind, and he'll look to push further forward to Geimer, who is on the Eastern Rangers list and has got a thumping left foot. Goes in the direction of Big Buckets Phillips, but it's going to be a push in the back, free kick, and it's going the way, not too sure. Might be Nathan Mill,
that is.
Donvale will get the chance to rebound, Brett Beston.
So under a bit of pressure, Donvale, but they'll get a reprieve just for the moment. Taking their time, though, with this kick. Nathan Mill puts it onto the boot, sends it long over the head of Brooking. He was running back. How's the bounce going to be? It falls for Haig, but he's going to get a free kick, I think.
You know what? I thought it was the right decision to.
So, I thought it was right. It was Brooking on Haig, and the umpire decided that Haig was the one that got the and there's going to be another free kick as the ball goes inside 50.
To Donvale.
Donvale play going to ground. It's Murphy, and he's going to get a free kick. So, prolific goal kicker, Nick Murphy. So you wonder how many he's going to get this year. He kicked 48 last year, second only to Josh Williamson.
Well, he's key to the club, isn't he? He had a bit of a quiet one on grand final day, and even just 1 or 2 goals, he probably could have been able to pinch it for him, but very important player for the side.
Certainly is. Seems like he's been around for ages. Another one of the few remaining members of that famous 2017 grand final winning side. There's the kick. Yeah, kicking all right. Beautiful kick. So Nick Murphy puts it through, and it's the first for him this season. And it puts Donvale a little bit further in front. They're out to a, let's wait for the board to tick over, 2-2-14, playing 1-1-7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Beautifully judged there, that kick. He's such a phenomenal player. Paul Yukone?
Well, it was a great kick for great goal for Donvale. Warrandyte haven't really settled in this game early on. They've already conceded 6 free kicks. They've conceded 6 inside 50s, and the turnovers, they've already turned it over 6 times, while Donvale have only turned it over twice.
So under pressure there was James Rouser, has got a big tap down as, excuse me, we're experiencing some technical difficulties. It's a ball up here, Scholar against Haig. Scholar got the tap. Warrandyte will be looking for the clearance, but it's going to be intercepted, trying to get the handball there to Haig. Picking the ball up there, the Warrandyte captain, Michael Cullum, doing brilliantly there, and under pressure there is his teammate. Hot ball up on centre wing, near the, well, almost in front of the Warrandyte bench here at Warrandyte Reserve. A beautiful spot to call from once again, as Scholar got the tap down. Warrandyte might get the clearance here. They will, through Michael Cullum, who's looking for Jake Harkins. It's going to go out of bounds. Kept Collins, the Donvale coach, picking the ball up there. Ryan Long?
Around the grounds, Kilsyth have got out to a bit of a lead, 3-2-20 over Croydon North, Mlock 1-6, and Scoresby lead 2-1-13 to Chermside Park 1-2-8.
So Hagel's looking for the clearance, but Bradford got the handball to Scholar, and Warrandyte are out here. Spare defender there for the Vales, and Quinn Clark picks up the ball, somehow gets the handball away to Phillips, but getting the spoil in there. Nathan Mill doing really well, and it's just the boundary throw in here for Warrandyte, but in their forward 50, they could be potentially very, very dangerous in here, as Phillips will do ruck duties inside forward 50. He gets the tap down to Brovadani. He gets it to Nakota Brooking. Is it going to be holding the ball? It's going to be high. So Nakota Brooking, quite a star of this Warrandyte lineup, has a big chance here to get Warrandyte their second and another response here, boys.
Yeah, it'd be a good result, Scotty, because I think they've been under the pump pretty much early, and their defence has stood up. So if they can take their opportunities when they get them and keep themselves in it, it's a big win for them.
So Brooking will kick barely any angle, around 25, 30 metres out here, leaning more towards 30, comes in, it's just drifting to the right. In fact, it's missed everything. So the score stays 1-1-7 to 2-2-14. 14 minutes played here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So Nakota Brooking, you'll be ruining that missed opportunity. That would have brought them within a point, but you get the feeling it's going to be a close one today, and those missed opportunities could come back to bite. Donvale with the footy. Now as the kick goes from McCormack right across the other side of the ground. Up they fly, ball goes to grounds. In the pack, can they rip it out? These rules are in there trying to, Rouser should I say. And the ball is on the ground. We'll just have a ball up. So the conditions holding out here at Warrandyte. Not the warmest of days, but at least it's not raining at the moment. Umpire throws it in. It's Scholar who won the head out that time. Ball goes into the hands of a Donvale player. He gets a kick down the line, and it's marked back there, and Warrandyte will be able to repel just for the moment. They look pretty solid at the back. There's the kick into Hodgson. Hodgson gives it off quickly. Little handball off there, but it's been dropped by Bradford. They still managed to get it back, though. Funny old kick across the other side of the field, putting a lot of pressure on. And in the end, it's out of bounds.
It's interesting to see the different sides. Warrandyte's sort of happy to try and take the corridor, coming out of their back line, then look to the sides. But then Donvale are happy to just pinpoint a direct kick rather than do the running play that Warrandyte are.
Boys on the boundary, I think we've got a number 2 out there for Warrandyte too. Could you?
It's Jake Harkins who's number 2.
It is too, sorry.
That could be Here we go.
Oh, it's on.
A bit on already. And we've only played 15 and a half minutes here in the first quarter. Paul Yukone, stats center quickly.
One stat that is in Warrandyte's favour at the moment is the clearances, 5-3, but Warrandyte are going forward here.
As they go inside 50 here, Donvale, Duncan the target once again. Was he pushed, or is it going to be holding the ball? Umpire says it's holding the ball. So, free kick going in the direction of the Warrandyte captain, Michael Cullum. He takes off immediately. Goes to short kick to Josh Myers. He's got another short kick here to Jack Bradford. He goes further out wide to Jordan Powell, who's now got a bit of space. Not the greatest kick, a dangerous one. Out the back here, Donvale have the numbers. And picking up the ball there, the Vales do get it. David Holland, the shrug off the Dusty Martin, don't argue, goes to Ethan. Duncan nearly takes the mark, just couldn't. But it's a push in the back, free kick going the way of Warrandyte. That was brilliant build-up there. Could have been taking the mark there, Duncan, but instead doing well there. Lockie O'Brien, of course, coming across from NFNL club Montmorency. He goes further down the line. Clark, the target, a good mark, an uncontested mark in the end. He goes the ball out wide here. A one-on-one, a good mark taken here by Benjamin Lyle. He'll look to go inside 50 for Donvale. All on his own. Nick Day couldn't take the mark. It's just gone out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
You can see what Warrandyte are trying to do. It's just that they just don't have hit the target just 100%. They're playing a really quick brand of footy out of that back line. Once they get that under wraps, it'll really put the pressure on Donvale.
So inside forward 50 here for Donvale. Hayden got the tap in front. Brovadani's going to get the clearance handball here to Jack Bradford, who goes further out wide here to Nakota Booking, who's against David Holland. A good spoil there from David Holland. It stamps his authority. It's gone out of bounds for a boundary throw in. Paulie Kone.
Warrandyte's defence are holding strong here in this first quarter. The inside 50s, Donvale have got 9 inside 50s to 4 of Warrandyte, but only lead by 7 points at the moment, Donvale.
So ball comes in. I was just thinking before with a little bit of the fisticuffs we saw, it's worth mentioning there's a white card.
That
apparently
is in the juniors. That's
is it not in the seniors?
Not in seniors.
All right, fair enough. As the ball goes up, Hayton it is who gets the tap down. Won by Warrandyte. They go down the line. It should be cut off pretty comfortably though, and it is. Nice work there by Wignall. Pretty sure he was on that 2017 Premiership side as well. Ball comes inbound, kick away from Hodgson. Out towards the big man, Clark. Can't quite get it. Good bit of work there by Pell as he repels it towards the far side of the ground. And in the end, it's out of bounds on that far side.
I think Warrandyte would be pretty happy to go in 7 points down, because I think the majority of the play has been controlled by Donvale.
Around the ground score quickly, Moolbuck 5 behinds, trailing 1 turn to south, 1 straight 6.
So we've got about, what have we played, about 18 minutes, so probably about another, well, hard to say, probably another 5 or 6 minutes maybe still left on this quarter. So plenty of time, low scoring. Donvale with a couple of goals to Warrandyte's 1, and they lead by 7. As the ball comes out, Warrandyte with the opportunity to bring it away through Tout, but he went without it. There's a little kick down the line now as Donvale try to go back inside the attacking area. Up they fly, ball towards the boundary, and there's a bit of house. Your father, Ringquist, is taking a tackle over there, and the ball is out of bounds. In fact, it's a free kick going the way of Warrandyte. So a little bit of feeling in this one early, as you'd expect. Both sides trying to lay a bit of a claim for the start of the season as the ball goes to ground, towing it through there. And Donvale, the shot at goal, but it's across the face.
Oh.
And they're in a bit of trouble as the ball goes towards the boundary. Well, in fact, it's still in over there. And in the end, it is shocking across the boundary. And the umpire says, we'll just throw it in. Some of the crowd calling for a free kick, but nothing doing.
Oh, I'm calling for it. That was he had no intention of keeping that in whatsoever.
Paul, you're going to quickly stats center.
A lot of feeling in this one already. 11 free kicks between the two sides, 6-5 in favour of Donvale.
Zach Hay gets the rebound kick from the ruck contest. The mark taken by Wignall. They're looking to push further up the ground. Nick Murphy all on his own. Safe, one of the safest hands in the business. He's looking to go for home. Nick Murphy! Brilliant finish! Nick Murphy, what an absolute superstar and what an absolutely stunning finish. That's his second. Donvale's third. 3-2-20, Warrandyte 1-1-7.
Boundary.
Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
geez, that was great ball movement there. It started off from that free kick down there, I think it was. And Nick Murphy, what a star, as you touched on there, Josh. And yeah, just again, that ball movement through that corridor and find Nick Murphy. It's just what you want from Donvale to head into the break. And I'm sure Kevin Collins will be very proud of that.
So the big fella putting his authority on this game early.
Early front runner for the Tobin brothers goal of the day.
Absolutely, as the ball goes up, knocked away there by Goldsmith. As it comes clear into the hands there of Brewer, who kicks it forward. Nice mark taken over there by Liardi. Haven't seen a lot of him so far in the match, Liardi. But he is one of the real experienced players in this Donvale side, but I'm sure he'll work his way into it.
Oh, lad, we haven't seen too much of James Rouser too, which is a very promising sign if you're a Donvale fan.
That's right, if others can do the job. As the ball goes up, Hayton it is who gets the knockdown. And it's on the ground, there's no chance of it coming out of there. And the umpire says we'll have another ball up. So 13-point lead to Donvale. But Warrandyte would be reasonably happy. They're still very much in this game as they get the ball out of the away from the clearance, the kick forward. And we've got a free kick, I think, for
holding the arm as he went for the leap at the mark there.
So free kick going the way of Donvale. They won't want to concede another one before quarter time, though.
Just quickly around the grounds, Coldstream 4-3-27, leading Oakley 2-1-13.
So they go inside 50, gets right over the back. Danger is here. Can they manage to repel the Saunders going back? And he'd be happy to see this across.
Oh.
I tell you what, no, the umpire's giving him the benefit of the doubt.
No, they want to allow.
Umpire Scott Hardy.
Got no expertise.
I tell you what.
He was a little bit under pressure in that forward.
Blade of grass hit him under pressure.
So 33-21 Donvale, 1-1-7 Warrandyte. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, just over 22 minutes played here. Phillips the target, good fly there, but Donvale are going to go inside 50 here through Mitch Brower. Nick Murphy! What a quarter the big man Nick Murphy is having, Ryan Long and Scott Hardy. A chance for his third of the quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. They're looking dangerous. Duncan's been sighted quite a bit. They've been going towards him, and now Murphy in the last 5 to 10 minutes has been red hot. So a chance for his second in, or third in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, it's been a great quarter from one of the veterans of this Donvale side. He comes in. There's a drifting back. It has. Nick Murphy has 3 this first quarter, and Donvale have 4 there, 4-3-27. Warrandyte 1-1-7. Again, brilliant quarter, Nick Murphy, and a much-deserved advantage for Donvale here, you feel, given how dominant they've been this quarter. Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just as Ryan touched on, got some scores around the grounds down at Bayswater Oval. Got Bayswater 2-2-14 to Montrose 2-6-18. So, again, more inaccuracy for Montrose.
I take it there were no other games that we could look at.
Yeah, boys, I've just come down to the boundary. He's been waiting to say that a while, I think, Blake Tennant.
So Donvale go forward again. This really would be a killer. I know we said the last one was a killer, but this really would be. Taken by Murphy, who's really starting to dominate, decides to go across the grounds, trying to find a target, and he does, and they'll have another opportunity. So this will really
You're right,
work.
it does. They've been pretty strong defensively. They've been able to hold up, but in this last 5 minutes, it's been a lot of pressure.
It's the Murphy show.
William Lambert, it is. He's got a reasonably long kick. He'll be kicking from probably just outside the 50-metre line. I tell you what, he's hit it pretty well. That's a beautiful kick. And that is a massive contender for the goal of the day, the Tobin brothers' goal of the day. I'm not quite sure that he would have had the distance there, but he struck that beautifully. That's a lovely kick.
And every single player just got around him then, which is fantastic to see.
He's one of the new boys across at Donvale from Baldwin. Paul Yukone?
They've been moving the ball really well in this first quarter, Donvale, and they've created a lot of opportunities. They've put Warrandyte's defence under pressure. They've recorded 12 inside 50s this first quarter. Warrandyte have 5, so they need a response here, Warrandyte.
They need a late goal as it's already looking likely to fall out of hands this game as Rouse in the middle of that pack. It's a ball up, Scott.
And how quick can it turn around? That's 3 goals in under 5 minutes for Donvale. So held strong Warrandyte. They need to find a way to bounce back.
So Rouse looks like they're set to get the clearance here. Donvale another clearance. Will Lambert there as well as Nick Day. It's a push in the back going to Will Lambert. So basically the same spot he kicked the goal before. Instead he goes the set up to Ethan Duncan. And the two tools of Donvale's forward line, Duncan and Nick Murphy, are wreaking havoc on Warrandyte. And this is a big chance for Ethan Duncan, second of the term.
And getting around Lambert again, unselfish by him. He probably could have. He should have taken the kick. He knew he could kick it, but great eyes to lower and get this better option.
It's been the Lambert show the last couple of minutes, I reckon. It was the Murphy show. Now it's the Will Lambert show as Duncan comes in. A long run up once again. Short distance, barely any angle, and he has slotted that. Donvale have 6. They're 6-3, 39. Warrandyte 1-1-7. This is a similar story to when they faced off in the preliminary final, Ryan. They blew them out of the water that first quarter, Donvale.
Very similar. But in saying that, that's probably a good thing for Warrandyte, knowing that they do have the ability to come back in the game. But they've just got to get their hands on the ball in the midfield. Their centre clearances in the last probably 5 to 10 minutes have been a big win for Donvale. If they can just win it out of the midfield, and put Donvale's defence under a bit of pressure, it'd be certainly helpful. Paul, you've only got a stat on that as well?
Donvale have won 5 of the last 6 clearances.
There you go.
Very significant as they win another one out of the middle too. I tell you what, halftime can't come, quarter time can't come quick enough for the Warrandyte side as they try and regroup. Scrubby old kick forward just goes past the halfway mark, bouncing around, and there is the siren. So right on cue. There is the siren, and what a quarter it's been. It was reasonably even early on, but Donvale have really kicked away, and they finished the quarter 6-3, 39 to 1-1-7. Multiple goal kickers. Nick Murphy has 3. He's been the star of the show in this first term. Ethan Duncan has a couple, and it's a lot of work for Warrandyte today. They tried by 32 at the break. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back and analyse all the action from the first quarter from out here at the Warrandyte Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, well, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year, to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round, live here from Warrandyte Reserve, where Donvale have piled on the goals in the first quarter. They lead by 32 points, 6-3, 39-117. Josh Wood here alongside Brett Beston, Ryan Long, Scott Hardy, Paul Yacone and John O'Ven plus Blake Tennant on the boundary. Scott, Ryan, it was a simply phenomenal first quarter from Donvale, who just... the time on in particular, they just ran away with it in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't amazing. We were saying that the pressure was building against Warrandyte, and they did a really, really good job. It was just that lapse in sort of that 5 minutes towards the end, which I'll be very disappointed in, because we were only speaking about how they'd be pleased going in probably only 7 points down in what was sort of probably a Donvale controlled quarter. But look, it gives them room. They can turn around. They've just obviously got to look for that shutdown defence, but they've just got to find options in their forward line as well.
Yeah, and the positive as well for Warrandyte, they've been in this position before in their last match against Donvale. They were in this position, as we're going to cross boundary side to Blake Tennant, who has one of the coaches. Do you, Blakey?
Yeah, just got Paul Donahue. Paul, after a pretty average quarter, what was the main message after that?
Yeah, deja vu from last year, wasn't it? Yeah, we just had to use some basics of footy, go back again, work harder. You can see they just outworked us. It was plain and simple as that.
You touched on as well, the effort wasn't there as well. Can you want to touch on about how you can do better with this quarter coming in?
Yeah, we just talk to individual people. Like, effort's something that's really hard to measure, but I said to the boys, they just need to know themselves that they're giving everything they can. And if you end up getting beat that day, you can take it, but you can just see watching that the effort just wasn't there. So hopefully we're sort of sparking into action now. We see a different team come out this quarter.
Yeah, all the best, mate, and all the best for the game.
Thank you to Blake Tennant there. I can understand why he said deja vu, because it's basically the first quarter from that prelim final last year, Ryan.
Yeah, remarkably similar. But going around the grounds just quickly, Waverley Blues 2-3-15 trailed Templestowe 3 straight 18. Mulgrave have jumped out to a bit of a lead, 3-6-24. Teesville with 2-1-13. Jumping into Division 3, Sylvan have hit back 2-5-17 to Whitehorse 2-4-16.
So just a reminder as well, I was the only one who tipped Mulgrave that on the weekend forecast. So also my tip could be right. It's still the first quarter, but a promising start from Mulgrave out
I probably would have tipped him as well if I got asked.
You can say that now, can't you?
You can definitely say that now. Keep those scores coming in.
Who else is winning? I'll tip them as well.
Keep those scores coming in from around
Forest
the
Hill 4-3-27 lead Nuttawading. Scott did tip Forest Hill though. I think
that's another one, maybe.
So plenty. So keep those scores coming in as well, and we'll keep all our listeners and viewers updated once more as patrons are finally coming off the ground here at Warrandyte Reserve. Second quarter about to start here, and Warrandyte will be looking to bounce back. Brett Beston to get us underway in the second quarter.
So got a bit of work to do, Warrandyte. It'll be interesting to know what Paul Donahue said at quarter time to fire them up as the ball goes in. Up they go. It's not a Scholar who got their head out, but it's fallen for Donvale, and here they come again. Last thing they want Warrandyte is to concede an early one here. Ball on the ground. Good tackle on Murphy though. Started to be, he's already a bit of a star, Nick Murphy, but he certainly shot on that first quarter with 3 goals. They might have to maybe think rethink the matchup on him, maybe just to try and keep him quiet. Ball goes up, one out of the middle there by Scholar. He's played pretty well for Warrandyte, one of their new faces. Infield to Rouser. Now the handball off. Well, good bit of evasion there as the ball goes towards full forward. It might even, no, it's not going to find its way through. And a goal, I think. Yes, it is.
Great.
It looks like Rehnquist, is it?
No, I thought it was Day. I thought it was
Day. It is too. It's Nick Day. So Nick Day it was, bit of an opportunist goal, just watch the replay and we see what happened, and that was good work there in the goal square. Duncan, I think, and he knocked it back, and in the end it was just Day who was there and
but just good positioning, wasn't it?
It was superb positioning. So another goal for Donvale as we go boundary side.
That's exactly what the coach Kevin Collins wanted. He needed the pressure lifted. And it was right down the corridor, which is exactly what he wanted as well. They want full corridor access, and they want to prevent Warrandyte from using the corridor. So it's exactly right where he wants it at the moment as play continues here.
So Warrandyte, they get the clearance, but they're forced to go out wide due to the brilliant Donvale pressure, and the intercept mark taken there by Jake McCormack, bringing the score 7-3, 45 Donvale, 1-1-7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as McCormack looks to go to his bench, and Haig's the target there against Scholar. Scholar got the tap down, and it's gone out of bounds for a boundary thrown right on the Donvale interchange bench. Paul Yukone?
They need to arrest the momentum that Donvale have, Warrandyte, because they're the inside 50s, they're down 15-5. Donvale lead 15-5, and 13 of them were in the first quarter. So
that is a very damning stat if you're a Warrandyte fan. The inside 50s, complete control from Donvale. It's a ball up, a secondary ball up here between Haig and Scholar. Haig got the tap down. They're going to get the clearance here as well, Donvale, but they couldn't pick up the ball. Nearly picking up the ball there was Pollock, but it's going to be a ball up here holding the ball, says the umpire, on the half-back flank here for Warrandyte. So a bit of reprieve here for the Bloods, Scott, through Zach Carroll.
Interesting comment by Kevin Collins there. Like, if Warrandyte they do shut down Warrandyte's corridor movement, I don't know what else Warrandyte have got on offer, because that's all they're sort of doing at the moment, so they'll need to explore some other options.
As Phillips tried the big handball there, it's on centre wing. He's nearly picking up the ball, but it's intercepted here by David Holland. Nearly taking the mark from behind there was Jordovic. They're going to get the ball here, and it is Jordovic who's got someone all on his own, couldn't take the mark. Nick Murphy, the smart tap in the direction of Mitch Brower. It's just drifting to the left. Brilliant build-up there. Just a minor score, though, Donvale. 7-4-46, 117. The experience on show there from Nick Murphy. Blake Tennant?
Yeah, just I think I heard Paul in the background saying how good the tap was. Just good follow-up work. Unfortunately, for Brewer, I think that was just unlucky there. I thought he was in a really good position there, and unfortunately just couldn't convert.
Big start for One Turner South, 5-1-31 to 1-5-11, Brett.
So great cohesion from the Donvale forwards, and here they come again. It's in the hands of Wignall. He goes inside 50. A Donvale player goes to ground, but the umpire said nothing doing there for a free kick. And it's wrapped up in the goal square, and it's good and tight in there, and we'll have a ball up. So not getting any better for Warrandyte since quarter time. In fact, the margin's blowing out. It's out to 39 points, and this is a dangerous spot for them as the ball goes up. Haig tries to, in fact, he got lost, Haig, in the end, and the ball goes to ground. Diving on it was Myers, and that should be a goal for Duncan. He's missed. Well, he won't really see that one on the replay.
Well, I think he just probably had more time than what he thought, but look, it's getting to a point where something's got to happen soon. They've been running over the top of them through the midfield, and their defence is just under so much pressure. You just can't hold up when you're constantly having to repel.
So right in front of us here, taking the intercept mark, Kylie Higney. Played 16 games for Vaughan last year. Play on Michael Cullum, immediately precious, but the shrug off. Brilliant, Kylie Higney. He goes in nearly inside 50. Wignall picks up the ball. Was he taken high? Umpire says play on. Out the back here for Warrandyte, but they're under pressure. It's Jordovic who gets the kick away. A good smother, and it goes out of bounds there through Lachlan Pollock. So a bit of a scrappy bit of play there from Donvale, but it's inside forward 50 here for the Vales.
They're lucky not to get a free kick there, Donvale. I thought Wignall was caught high.
As Haig, or the Scholar who got the tap down, Warrandyte are going to get the clearance. Phillips, the target, nearly took the mark, couldn't. Gets the handball away to his captain, Michael Cullum. He goes further up the ground. In fact, it's Hayden, the target. A good intercept mark taken there, Kylie Higney. He's had a good couple of minutes, the ex-Baldwin man. Goes backwards to go forwards. James Rouser all on his own. A good kick there. I think that was David Holland. Rouser going to the far side here and looking for the returning James Pell. It's not the greatest kick. He's going to pick up the ball nevertheless here, James Pell. Further up the line, target, I think that's Mitch Brower. As Donvale slowly building it up here. Plenty of players back, though, for Warrandyte. They should take the intercept mark here, but they pick up the crumbs at least. And all on his own there, Tom Grimes. A good mark taken. Dakota Brooking couldn't control the ball. Pressure from Donvale. It's been brilliant all day as they continue to pile it on. Warrandyte in return pile on the pressures. It's a ball up, Paul Yukone.
Donvale have been setting up really well defensively. They've already taken 4 intercept marks this quarter.
So up it goes. They win the head-outs at Warrandyte as the ball comes away from the clearance, but it's fallen again in the hands there of Jordovic. Now it's in the hands of Wignall. A little short pass out there. Also, Rouser gets it forward. Inside, in fact, no, it's been cut off there. Good mark broken by O'Brien. So chance for Warrandyte to get themselves going again. They've had some good little moments here. They're showing signs as Powell gets a handball off. and they decide to go back to go forward.
That corridor is taken away from them at the moment. They're really having to slow it up now.
Struggling for options as they decide to go right across the other side of the ground. Mark is taken by Cullum. They've got to go forward. No good going from side to side. They do get it up the line, and the big man Hayden comes forward and takes the mark. So you can see that Donvale's defence is nicely set up, and as Scotty said, they've blocked off the corridor. Pills for a mark there from the big man. That's Harkins, but the umpire said nothing doing.
Really impressive from Donvale. Shut him down there and just slow that option there, but that was the only option that Warrandyte really had.
So up it goes. One there by Scholar. He's been very good for Warrandyte today. And the ball on the deck, and the umpire says we'll have another ball up. So 40-point margin. We've had 7.5 minutes in this term. Donvale well on top as we go boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just as well. Got more scores coming to you live as well. South Belgrave 2 straight 12 to North Ringwood 9 and 1 Tenner South 6-2-38 to Millbuck 1-5-11.
Just on top of that, we've got one from Kings Park. It's Heathmont jumping out to a 5-goal lead, 5-2-32 to Upper Gully, 2 behinds.
So boundary throwing right in front of us here. Scholar got the tap down, but Donvale could be set to get the clearance. They do. In fact, it's Geimer who gets the clearance. Looks to go forward to Quinn Clark. A good mark on the run there. He's looking to go inside 50. The target there is Big Buckets Phillips. A good spoil there from behind from Nathan Mill. Kick there from McCormack. Finds its way to Heagney in the back pocket broadcast side. Heagney gets the kick short in the direction of Adam Cameron, who I believe I heard from Kevin Collins he might have played a role in bringing one of the Blackburn boys across this season. Maybe Mitch Brower as he goes across the ground here in the direction of Jake McCormack. They're taking their time here at Donvale as Sam Goldsmith looks to go further wide. Dangerous kick. Grimes couldn't take the mark, but it's 3 Warrandyte players to just the one. Brooking, one of those Warrandyte players. Brilliant pressure, James Pell holding the ball. They butchered that in the end, did Warrandyte, you could argue, but still brilliant from James Pell and Donvale. Big chance here to rebound.
You're right, because they did have the numbers. There was a 3-on-1. They were just a bit fumbly with the ball, and maybe that's a round one thing, but just if they were a bit cleaner, it could have been on.
They're going to pick up the ball here. Quinn Clark going inside 50. 2-on-1 in Warrandyte's favour, but the one is James Pell. Gets the spoil, and it goes out of bounds. Bit ginger there is James Pell, but it's boundary throwing. Ryan Long.
Croydon North have hit back 4-2-26. Trail Kilsyth 4-5-29.
So a potentially interesting game brewing out there at Hughes Park, which is a bit of a surprise given how highly we rated Kilsyth this year. I'm not too sure what's happening here. It's in fact James Pell. It looks like it might be his shot. I'm not too sure. It doesn't look good from here.
I'd say it's his elbow, unless his shoulders.
Yeah, I think it.
You're probably down his arm.
He's struggling to get off. It's a boundary throw in though. In Warrandyte's attacking half. Hay got the tap down trying to find Lambert, but it's Warrandyte who looks set to get the clearance. Dakota Brooking trying to burst his way through the pack, but couldn't. Adam Brovadani, handball out to Michael Cullum, who's had a pretty good game for Warrandyte. Evades a couple of players, goes inside 50 to the top of the square. Phillips, the big target there, takes the mark. Big buckets, Phillips. It was brilliant build up there from Michael Cullum, selling the candy to 2 Donvale players. The candy shop is open, Scott Hardy and Ryan Phillips. A big chance for his first goal here.
Great option there, and they need this. They need to just get those goals back on the board 10 minutes into this quarter.
So Phillips comes in, slots the goal, and Warrandyte.
No, he's missed.
Oh, has he? He has missed. He's missed the... I don't know what to make of that. It's a miss, though. And Warrandyte a 1-2-8, Donvale 7-5-47. Nothing is going their way today, Brett Beston.
Well, you wouldn't see that in a million years. As the kick goes out by McCormack, I was actually writing it down. That's how confident I was as we go boundary side.
Yeah, just what I saw there from big Ryan Bucket Phillips, as he said. Wardy, that's what they need, Warrandyte. They need that big-bodied full forward that can just take marks and control the day. He's definitely going to be the vocal point for Warrandyte if they want to get up today.
So it's Brower who's in there, trying to win the ball on the grounds, and he goes in and tries to make the tackle as well. I tell you, he's having a terrific game is Jake McCormack. Every time I look up, he seems to be around the ball. He's absolutely everywhere across that half-back line today. Haig wins the tap. Falls though for Warrandyte as they try and get something going. Tout needs to get into the game. Gets it forward, but so we've got a free kick here. Marcus, or is it? No,
boundary.
That is a
free kick.
As we go boundary side.
Yeah, just a completely off-field incident. Just terrible. Don't need that in the game, and good to see that the umpire saw that. So I think it's a free kick, of course, going to Warrandyte, number 14.
Zach Carroll,
one
of the new boys.
Thank you, Blakey. I was following the ball. I didn't see the off the ball, but Zach Carroll.
Big goal needed here.
This is a huge kick. This will reduce the margin. I think he's got this one. That's a good kick. So Zach Carroll gets his first of the day. The umpire confirms it, and the margin is chewed back to 32 points at 7-5-47, 2-2-14 as we go boundary side again.
Sorry again, guys. Just that's again what they need. Warrandyte, they need that spark and energy, and I feel like they can definitely come back from where they are now. I know they're a bit down at the moment by 5 goals, but this is where they can start getting their momentum building, because it's a big thing in league footy these days, momentum.
And Blake, the last probably 5 to 10 minutes have been all Warrandyte, so they finally got the result that they needed.
They just need this momentum to build.
Back in the middle, but Donvale are going to get the clearance. James Rouser bursting out of the middle. Ethan Duncan in a one-on-one, hounded there by Lockie O'Brien, but the Warrandyte defender's going to get away with it. They're under pressure in the goal square. O'Brien taps it through for a minus score. Donvale 7-6-48 to 2-2-14. Jono Venn, who's come up to the balcony now.
I'm kind of everywhere at the moment. One of the things that Kevin Collins actually identified in the quarter time was that a lot of goals are scored to the left of screen. So that is actually validated by Warrandyte's entry there. And what he also asked was that Donvale pile on the pressure even more so they can actually get goals down there and further advance on the scoreboard.
So Jack Bradford took the mark in the centre of the ground here. Brilliant build-up. Rooking with the kick inboard to Bradford. He's looking for big Ryan Phillips. Nathan Mill against him, who's done a great job, as has all the Donvale players. This is a high free kick. Yes, it is, going in the direction of Quinn Clark. And the young man, he had a phenomenal season last year. A chance for his first goal. And from what we heard when Blake and I came down here on Thursday night, he's had a phenomenal pre-season, a much better pre-season than last year, and that's dangerous signs if you're a Warrandyte fan. As well, he comes in. It's a pretty good kick. He loves it! And Warrandyte are getting right back into this contest. They're 3-2, 20 to 7, 6-48, 28 points the margin on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We're going to go quickly to the stats centre, Paul Yacono, then we'll cross down to you, Blake.
They've upped the ante in the last few minutes, Warrandyte. 5 of the last 6 inside 50s to Warrandyte.
Blake, boundary side.
Yeah, I asked for the spark, and I think I got the spark because Warrandyte are coming. I feel like the pressure is definitely coming their way to Warrandyte's way now. I think Donvale just need a bit more defensive pressure, and I think they'll be right, but here they come, the Diters.
Who did you ask, Blake?
By the way, I just have to ask, the Diters. The Diters, why?
So it is Warrandyte who had possession for a moment, but the ball is out of bounds. I think Blake's looking to get into his coaching career, or launch his coaching career.
He is a coach at one of the junior Montrose sides, or an assistant coach, I believe.
So Hay gets the head out, falls for Warrandyte though as they go forward. If they could get another one, it starts to get very interesting. Awkward bounce. It's Geimer who takes possession, but he won't get it away. He's taken on a tackle. I think there might be a sling tackle.
It's holding the ball.
It's holding the ball. He did get slung quite badly, but the umpires decided that it was holding the ball. McCormack decides to go forward. It's about the middle of the ground. Good work, ball bouncing around. It's taken away by Grimes. Now, little handball out there to Powell. Powell gets it inside. This is good ball movement, though. They suddenly look a lot brighter, but they have turned it over. Having said that, Myers it was who turned it over, and he's a bit worse for wear too, Myers. Slow to get up.
Yeah. It's certainly the effort, though, that Paul wanted to see in that at quarter time, and they've certainly lifted that in the intensity, and now it's just starting to get that score on the board. They really need to hit back probably, 1 or 2 more goals before half-time, and then once you do that, it's wide open again.
Yeah. Well, 28 points seems like a lot, but they've, it's slow and steady. They've got 2 back, so if they can get another one, and particularly if they can get it under 20 points, as the ball is slapped forward by Haig. Chasing through there was Rehnquist. Ball bouncing around in the middle. It's been taken away by Hodgson. He's played pretty well, Hodgson. Gets it inside 50. It's Schooler. towards the boundary. They get it back inside. It's Harkins. Now it's still there. They can go inside 50 again. They need the mark. There's plenty of Donvale defenders. Good punch away there by Cameron. And they'll get it out for the moment, but it's probably going to come back. And that's Duncan. Is it Ethan Duncan? It is. So
Charlie Kent.
Charlie Kent. So I just saw the 2. I thought it was 22, but 32, so close enough. And Charlie Kent to bring it out for Donvale.
So Charlie Kent moving, kicking it to right in front of us here. Out the back here, Will Lambert. One-on-one here to James Rouser, who picks up the ball. Handball here to Will Lambert. Couldn't pick up the ball, though. And doing well there was Josh Beasley. It's just the ball up. That was looking threatening, though, for Donvale.
And Rouse just so clean with the ball, was able to pick it up and the hands off it. It was almost there. They were off and running.
Will Lambert was almost so clean there as well. We'll get down to you soon, Blakey. Hay gets the tap down. Looking for Ethan Duncan. It might trickle out of bounds. No, it doesn't. It stays in. Cowell gets the handball away. Further up the ground here to right in front of us once again. One-on-one there, Grimes. But David Holland, who's also had a pretty good game. Handball there from Jack Bradford. Looking inboard here for Oscar Hodgson. It's Guymer who gets the handball away. Brilliant stuff. Grimes gets the handball here to Oscar Hodgson. He's got buckets, Phillips. It's a bit of a scrappy build-up. It's holding the... Well, not holding the ball, says the umpire. Good tackle there from the Donvale defender. Phillips coming hard. Mills going to get the clearing kick, though. Is it going to go out of bounds on the full? No, it won't. Decent spoil there from behind from the Warrandyte defender. Donvale are going to get it clear, though, through Heagney. Heagney gets the kick over there to Benjamin Lyle, who's looking inboard here for Ethan Duncan. A really good lead. Couldn't take the mark, though. He gets the handball away to his teammate in Kylie Heagney. A good spoil from behind there from Josh Kennedy, but Donvale are going to pick up the ball here. Nick Day, handball to Will Lambert, who's immediately pressured by the Warrandyte defender. They look set to get the ball clear here, but Donvale providing great pressure.
Brilliant.
Boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, it's got some score. Waddy South are completely running out the game over Moorabah. 9-4-58 to Moorabah, 3-6-24. So big brewing down here, down at the Heights.
That's a big score out there at Heights Reserve.
And as well, I've got a score down at Bayswater Reserve. I've got Bayswater 5-3-33 to Montrose. 4-8-32. So again, inaccurate kicking is costing Montrose at the moment.
On top of it, Ferntree Gully lead 4-5-29 to Fair Park 1-8.
There's a good mark taken there by Scholar. He could be chased down from behind by Holland. He gets the handball away to Guymer. Look at the burst of speed on Lockie Guymer. He got tripped in maybe, but he got the handball away to Tom Grimes. That was a brilliant turn of speed. He nearly got away there, Lockie Guymer, and it's just gone out of bounds for a boundary throw in.
The pace on him.
They're showing really good pace, Warrandyte, on this on the wings and pushing up forward, so at least creating those opportunities.
So Scholar just took it out of the ruck, looking for Brovadani, and it's just the ball up. But it is in Warrandyte territory, though, Brett Best, and they would love a goal here.
They certainly would. We've had coming up to the 20-minute mark, so it's getting late in this term. But they've made some good inroads. They could do with another one. If they could go in 22 points down, I think they'd be pretty happy. They've certainly had the better of this quarter. Ball comes out. Running past it there was Lambert. Now it's probably going to come back inside as Cullen picks it up. There was a whistle. I'll just wait and see what that's for. And it's going to go to a free kick to Donvale, which won't please the home crowd too much. Lambert chips it right across the other side. And they'll be happy just to knock it around a bit here. Donvale probably see out the quarter. Still in control, but Warrandyte have had a pretty good quarter all up. Taking a bit of time to send it forward. Now they stab it forward. Good kick, finds its target to and Brower. Now they go forward to a roundabout centre wing. Nice mark over there. Bursting away is Lyle. Gets the kick forward. And the mark is taken. It's Murphy again. Great lead from Murphy. He's probably done that about 1 million times in his career, and you can see that he's just absolutely just coming out of that inside 50 or that 50-metre arc. He's just so accomplished, and he takes the mark.
And it was a great setup too in the end. A nice slow build-up, and Donvale, they would love a goal here too. They haven't had the territory like they did.
Gives it off Murphy, which is interesting. He probably would have had the distance, but he's done the unselfish thing. And he
it was a good spot.
Jordovic. So Jordovic is closer, albeit slightly the more difficult angle. So he hasn't got a goal today, Jordovic. Chance to get his first. Here he comes. A little bit of sun shining out here, poking through the clouds. Here's the kick. It's on its way, but I think it's across the face, and it's gone through for a minor score. So 21 and a half gone in this second term. and that point takes it out to 7-7-49, playing 3-2-20 at Donvale by 29 points.
As we go quickly to Ryan Long.
Yeah, their forwards are really leading up well, Murphy and Duncan, and then Jordovic's end was wide open. So, look, they're playing in front and they're getting their chances.
Just not taking advantage of them, as it's going to be a ball up here. Clark tackle it around to half forward here. Paul Yukone.
The inside 50s are even in this second quarter, as it's 9 inside 50s apiece.
So Donvale are going to go inside 50 here. Nick Murphy, the target, and going the dribbler there. It's just hit the post. I think that was Caleb Jordovic, through for a minor score. That's his third behind of the game, actually, Caleb Jordovic. So 7-8-50 to 32-20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Donvale leading as Warrandyte looked to rebound. A good mark taken there, Tom Grimes, and it was a really good mark in the end, Brett Beston.
And so Grimes has it, just looking around for someone to give it off to. In the end, he does finally. Finds a teammate, they go forward. That was Myers who he's given it away. And what have we got over here? There's a Donvale player on the ground, taking in a second effort, and I think the umpire's going to come in and throw it up. So we've got 22, nearly 23 minutes gone as the umpire throws it sky, but up they go. One there by Goldsmith out of the ruck. Ball comes forward. Phillips climbing. That's going to be a free kick for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely a free kick.
Much to the disgust of the Warrandyte faithful, just across from the, just over near the food tent.
Umpire Scott Hardy agrees.
I'll leave it that one. Even that one, you could easily call that.
That was pretty blatant.
Yeah.
So Jake McCormack it is. So he's been very good on this match so far. Goes down the line. Contest. Not. It's bouncing around over there, and in the end, Donvale do get it, and they just put it on the boot and slam it forward. Duncan, is it?
It is Duncan.
So Duncan, who's always looks dangerous, particularly when he's coming out of that inside 50. And he's going to have a go. This is a long kick, but he obviously backs himself. He didn't take too much time to point to the big sticks. This would really hurt if he can nail this one. This will make it a 36-point margin going into half-time. Here he comes, Duncan. Prolific goal kicker last year, as we mentioned. Here's the kick on its way from outside 50. He struck it pretty well. He's just off target. I tell you what, it had the distance, but he just forced it a little bit, and in the end, threw for a minor score. One more to the total. It's 51-20, 7-9 to 3-2, and we've had 24 minutes gone in the second term.
So chances for Ethan Duncan as well. He's had a great game. Paul Yukone.
Donvale have been taking taken 3 inside 50 marks in the last 5 minutes or so, and there hasn't been too many of those in the game so far, inside 50 marks. So when they get the opportunities, they need to take them. It's 6 marks inside 50 to 3 in favour of Donvale.
That's Duncan nearly. His defensive instincts took over there, I think. It's just a ball up as around the half-forward flank here for Donvale. It's a clearance here. Carl Higney, who I pronounced his name wrong. I'll always get those names mixed up as Donvale looks set to rebound. Outside 50 here for, centre wing for here at Warrandyte Reserve. Far side, Brooking gets the kick away. Couldn't pick up the ball there, could his teammate, but Chris Tauck gets the handball away there to Oscar Hodgson. A good kick. Is it going to go for goal? It has! That's a brilliant finish, and on the half-time siren!
Tobin Brother goal.
It could be a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender. It's going to Tom Grimes. And the score reads now 4-2, 26, 7-9, 51. Paul Yukone.
They've been very good and very good in the clearances this quarter. Warrandyte, they smashed Donvale in the clearances in the second quarter, 10-5, but just great ball movement in the last 10 or 15 minutes of the second quarter, and that's what's helped Warrandyte get back into this game.
So we got a pretty decent contest here. The Bendigo Bank scoreboard reads 7-9, 51 to 4-2, 26. It's half-time out here at Warrandyte Reserve. Major goal kickers for Warrandyte. It's Zach Carroll with one, Kieran Malone with one, Tom Grimes with one as well, and for Donvale, we've got Nick Murphy with the 3 goals, Ethan Duncan with 2, Will Lambert and Nick Day with singles. We're going to go to a break here. Back shortly with the halftime show led by, I believe, John O'Ven. And It's been an interesting first half. Donvale leads 7-9-51 to Warrandyte 4-2-26.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
And with that, welcome back to Warrandyte Reserve. It is the halftime show of Warrandyte and Donvale in Division 3. My name's John O'Ven, taking you through what's been a very good game so far alongside Blake Tennant, Ryan Long and also Paul Yaconi. Let's recap with the goal kickers so far. Of course, the score 4-2-26 Warrandyte trailing Donvale 7-9-51. Let's recap the goal kickers first for Warrandyte. Carroll, Clark, Grimes, Malone singles. And for Donvale, Day, Murphy with 3. Sorry, Day the single. Murphy with 3, Duncan with 2, and Lambert with 1. Paul Yaconi, have you got some stats for us?
I do. The clearances in this game, Warrandyte are well on top in that, 19-12. The marks inside 50, Donvale lead that 6-3. The intercept marks, Donvale leads 7-4. The tackles, Warrandyte lead that 18-17, so that's very even. The turnovers, 15-11 Warrandyte. Inside 50s 24-16 in favour of Donvale, but it was 11 apiece in that second quarter after it was 13-5 in favour of Donvale in the first quarter, and the free kicks 12-8 in favour of Donvale.
Blake Tennant, I'll go to you next. As it gets a little bit cold here at the venue, how have you found it down there? And looking at both teams, both benches, what's the chat been like around both camps?
Well,
listening on to what Paul said in his quarter-time speech, he just wasn't happy the way they were playing and executing with the ball. Like he said, the efforts were down, a lot of things were down, and he labelled it already. I know it's round one, but he labelled it already as the worst quarter of the season. I'm like, yeah, okay. But Donvale, I think you were there as well. Like, what was their message coming in for that?
Oh, Kevin was a very happy man. He was just being himself, just incredibly reserved, very laid back after that one. Asked for the pressure to be put on, and his wish was granted. On top of that, not much scoring in comparison to Warrandyte, but Warrandyte, as he predicted, took full advantage, well, mostly full advantage of that kicking to the left. And they managed to pile on 4 goals in the second quarter in a good response.
And just as well, like that passage of play, I think it was to the Carroll goal, that was what Warrandyte needed to do. They need to start getting back into this game. They're only 3 goals down, but
that's the interesting thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's like if Donvale, they could easily be running away with the game, but they're keeping Warrandyte in it, which they need to stop if they want to win. I still think Donvale.
Well, and before we continue with the game chat, actually, Ryan, did you want to say something? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll continue here. I just wanted to point out, because that second quarter, as you mentioned, the effort and the intensity were the 2 things we were really looking to see improve from Warrandyte, and they got that. They started to run the ball a bit more, take a few more risks. You saw that last passage of play where they linked up and were able to end up resulting in a goal. So obviously things have started to improve, and a lot of sides are going to be slow to get out of the blocks this season in round 1, which is a normal thing, happens each year. But you saw what they can put out there, and the margin, it's only it's basically a 4-goal game, which is it's well and truly open for they kick the first couple in the next quarter, and suddenly Donvale are on the back foot, and it's a big change, Paul, from what we saw in the first quarter.
Yeah, certainly. Got out to 40 points early in that second quarter, and it looked like at that stage of the game there was going to be a whitewash. But credit to Warrandyte, they got the last 3 goals of the second quarter, and as you said, Ryan, they started taking risks. They started, once they got their hands on the ball, which is what they needed to do, they've been taking risks. They've been able to get it up forward quicker through the corridor, and that is what is getting Warrandyte back into the game.
Absolutely. The one thing I, though, do still have concerns for at the moment for Warrandyte is their backline. It's under a lot of pressure, and their forwards are leading really well. You look at Duncan, you look at Murphy, they're starting to mark the ball well too. If they can start, I think they were 1 goal 6 that quarter, but if they can start converting a few more of those, they can, on the other end, really put it out of hand.
Yeah, just to touch on that, like they are literally holding the blokes when they're going up for marks.
Yeah, they're worried.
I think they're just panicking and worrying what they're doing, not where the ball is, I feel like. So it's going to be interesting to see what the changes Paul Donoghue would definitely do. Maybe matchups isn't going their way, Warrandyte, with who's on who with Murphy and Duncan.
Would you make some changes around?
I reckon. Well, as a normal coach, as a coach that, if I was a coach, I'll definitely say, stick to bases, but if it's not working, switch it up. I think they'll stay to what they've been doing this whole game.
Thanks to Blake Tennant for that. Before we continue our game chat on the halftime show, let's go to Ryan Long in the score centre.
Yeah, some updated scores here, as Blake mentioned earlier. Bayswater currently lead Montrose by 2 points, 5-4-34 to 4-8-32. No update yet for South Belgrave and North Ringwood, still the 12-9. Wanturna South, as he also mentioned earlier, 9-4-58 lead Mooroolbark 3-6-24, making a statement early. Back into Division 2, Mulgrave had really jumped out to an impressive lead early, 8-6-54 to 4-4-28 East Burwood. Waverley Blues currently lead Templestowe 4-7-31 to 4-2-26.
Just on that, Brian, I'm just looking on social media at the moment, and I tell you what, Nick Perry has threaded the needle absolutely perfectly. You can see on their social media to regain the lead. It was about 6 minutes ago.
So that was the last
on social
goal
media.
there.
That was brilliant.
And then jumping back into Division 3, as I mentioned, Ferntree Gully leading 4-5-29, 1-2-8. Coldstream 4-4-28 to 4-3-27 to 4-4-28 Oakley, and Sylvan 5-6-36 trail Whitehorse 6-6-42.
All right, I think we're just about to wrap up here, but I'm going to get a one-word answer, a bit of a new segment. Is this going to be a tale of two halves? We'll start with you, Paul Yaconi.
Well, I think it.
Yes or no? What do you reckon?
I think it could be, definitely. I think if Warrandyte are able to continue, I think what Warrandyte need to do is when they do have the ball, like obviously they get the first 2 or 3 goals. I think to stop Warrandyte getting huge amounts of inside 50, they take their time using the ball as long as they get it up forward, but prevent Donvale from getting the ball in hand, if that makes sense.
Ryan Long, match analyst.
Yep.
Blake Tennant on the boundary.
It could definitely come back to what it was last year in the prelim final, so I think it can, but Donvale from here.
All right, we're going to head to a break on the other side. The second half of the Eastland match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Warrandyte Reserve. Donvale leading 7-9-51 to 4-2-26. Ryan Long quickly with some around the ground scores.
Just one big one coming out. South Belgrave 9-5-59. Lead North Ringwood 3-4-22.
So the second half just about to get underway out here at Warrandyte Reserve. Warrandyte need to mount a comeback here. They need an early goal as umpire holds the ball off Brett Beston to get us underway.
So what have Warrandyte got? They showed some good signs in that second quarter, but they still trail by 25. But they certainly look to get themselves back into the game. Tout takes it out of the middle. He's been good. He's one of the players that needs to get into the game. The kick goes out towards the far side. Phillips chases. Phillips has been pretty quiet today, just the one goal. He's been well held as the ball is on the ground over there trying to pick it up, and they do get a kick in Warrandyte on the end. The mark is taken there by Malone. He snaps for goal, and I tell you what, he's put it through. Bit of a goal out of nothing really, but Malone gets it, and he's put it through in a much needed goal. That's his second. and that will reduce the margin even further. It's back to a 19-point game, 7-9-51, plays 5-2-32. We're not even a minute gone in this third term.
Well, that's massive. The first goal was going to be crucial. If Donvale had got it, you may have looked at that as a margin too far to come back from him. But the momentum now starting to shift in Warrandyte. They're moving the ball a lot more better, and they're getting those centre clearances, as Paul mentioned, at half-time, which has been really important.
So a first goal inside the first 30 seconds, the perfect start if you're a Warrandyte man. There's ball up in the middle, Scholar, who's starting in ruck this quarter.
Oh, that should have been a free kick.
It could have been. It wasn't paid though, Paul. Roverdani pushes further forward, taking the intercept there, David Holland. And a good mark taken there by Mitch Brower, who's had a good day. Feel like a contender for the Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. A free kick going in the direction of Nick Day, the brother of one of Donvale's returning players, Matt Day. He's looking to go inside 50 to Nick Murphy and Ethan Duncan. It's going to be a holding free kick in the direction of Donvale. And here's a big chance for the Vales to immediately respond. There's a bit of criticism in the background there.
I knew it was coming. I didn't have an opinion on that one. Tough contest on both.
At 25. Oh, I think it might have been umpire abuse in the end. I'm not...
It's not a goal you want to give up doing that.
Didn't he mark it there? It hasn't even moved it.
I think... I thought it was 25, but either way, Ethan Duncan kicks the goal, and Donvale immediately responds. So we've played just over 2 minutes in this third quarter, and we've already had 2 goals, one for each side. Donvale 8-9-57 leading Warrandyte 5-2-32 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And it's what we've really been talking about all afternoon, Scotty. That forward line is just looking really dangerous. You can see the Warrandyte defenders are starting to worry about guys like Duncan, and they're holding on to him, and it's just resulting in a really positive thing for the Magpies.
And they'll be disappointed, obviously, scoring that goal in 30 seconds and then just to have it basically turned on its head, and we're back to where we started.
Let's quickly get a Paul on the stats,
Yes, the free kick count is well in favour of Donvale, 14-8.
So touted as who gets a scrubby old kick out to the far side of the ground. Holland the tackler, and I think that was high. The umpire says it was. So free kick going the way of Warrandyte. They just need to string sort of 2 or 3 together. Every time they get one, Donvale managed to hit back and reply. So they really need multiple goals to try and eat into this 25-point margin. Not out of reach yet, but it's getting very precarious.
Ryan Long scores.
A score from Tormore, Bronia 6-2-38 to the Basin 2-3-15, and Heathmont 11-4-70 to Abergala 4 points.
Inside 50, snack from Harkins. It's bouncing towards the goals, and it's a goal. Chasing it through, and I think Phillips might have got the last touch, did he? Yes, it's a goal, so we'll give it to Phillips in the end. I think it was just short of the line. Let's watch the replay. As the ball goes out, the boys out the back calling for a score a few. Harkins it was, he did all the work, and a nice little finish off, and Ryan Phillips gets his second of the day, and that margin back to 19. Let's go boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, like I said, definitely got a massive spark coming through with big Ryan Bucket Phillips. Geez, he's an incredible player. This is where the Diners are starting to come back, and this is where the momentum shift is definitely coming their way.
We need to talk about the Diners to you, Blake, as Donvale get the clearance here through Matthew Day. He launches from outside 50, just hits the post, and it's come back in a fair way from the post.
Jeez, that would have been a response.
That would have been a great response for you, Kone.
They've been firing early this third quarter, these two sides. Warrandyte have got 2 goals from there, 2 inside 50s, and it was nearly the same for Donvale.
So it's 8-10-50, 6-2-38 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. A really good mark taken out the back there by Kieran Malone, who's coming into this game. We've played just over 4.5 minutes. There's been plenty of action already in this third quarter. It's what we like to see as they push further up the line here through Malone to Warrandyte, nearly taking the mark. Good spoil from behind from the Donvale defender. They go inboard. Kyle Wignall has his hands on the ball. Not the greatest kick though, and the Warrandyte defender takes the intercept. Marcus even. They're getting right into this, the Warrandyte.
They've had a lot to say today, the home crowd.
That was not a 25.
That was not a 25. Indeed, it goes out wide here to Zach Carroll, Ryan Long.
Kilsyth lead 6-9-45 to Croydon North Emlock 5-2-32.
So an interesting game out there as Scholar gets the handball to Michael Cullen, who again has had a good game, goes short to Nakota Brooking, trying to find the handball away to his teammate, but instead he's going to go inside 50. It looked like Quinn Clark was the target from behind, nearly took the mark, but the mark is instead taken by Nick Day, and 25. That is poor. That is poor there from Jordan Powell. Even more criticism from the Warrandyte faithful here is Nick Day.
It was there.
It was there. It was definitely there. He goes
100%.
inside 50, and Nick Murphy and Ethan Duncan, the two targets. It's had a bounce for a boundary throw in here. In Donvale's forward 50, and a big chance here, Brett Beston, for them to get another goal.
Indeed, as the umpire gets set to throw it back in. Very entertaining, the boys out the back. As the ball goes to ground, it's going to bounce forward. The umpire's whistle's gone. Which way is this going to go?
Warrandyte free kick.
It's gone to Warrandyte, so they will get a reprieve for the moment. They're still only 20 points behind. It feels like they've... Donvale probably should be further ahead in this game, but every time that looked like Donvale it looked like kicking away, Warrandyte just get a goal and just keep themselves in the game. It's a dangerous kick going right across the other side of the ground, but the mark is taken. And they'll come forward. A little chip out there, nicely done. Carroll. Zach Carroll, deep in the back pocket. Just organising his teammates. Kick up towards Brooking, but that's going to go... In fact, the mark is taken over there by Lyle. And that was a poor kick, so Lyle will go inside 50 here. Another chance for Donvale. Where's the big man Murphy? He flies high. In fact, that was Haig. It was that time. The ball goes to ground. Duncan tries to get it out. Still in the tight stuff. Still in the tight stuff. And I think the umpire's going to have to come in and ball it up in the end. So 58 plays 38. 7 minutes gone in the third term.
Good tackling pressure by both teams in that passage of play.
So umpire to throw it up. Haig just lurking there, but he's not in the right spot this time because it's Scholar. He said played a really good game, Scholar. He's going to be a very big acquisition to this Warrandyte side. Ball comes out, Warrandyte. They get it out in the hands there of Hodgson. He's also been good, and they'll get a chance to rebound off half-back now. Kick up the line, but a good spoil coming in there. I think it was one of the days.
Nathan Mill, I think.
Nathan Mill it was coming over the top.
Who's done really well, and they seem to, every time it goes down to into the Phillips direction, they seem to try and get one or two numbers back and help out whoever's playing on him.
And that is really helping Nathan Mills. It's a boundary throw, and Scholar gets the clearance, or does he? No. Brooking under pressure from Rouser. Rouser, what a play. He did brilliantly there and gets the ball to Winquest, who gets the ball out back here to Ben Lyle. Good smother there from the Warrandyte midfielder. Zach Carroll gets his hands on the ball. It's just going to be a ball up here. So plenty of opportunities for Donvale to move forward there. But it's at half forward flank here for the Vales broadcast side. Kicking to the left of your radio dial. Warrandyte are going to get the clearance though through Brooking. Goes inboard, a good kick there in the direction of Quinn Clark, who's got no one inside forward 50. He goes further out wide here to Jordan Powell in a one-on-one against Nick Day. Powell did really well, got a good shepherd as well. Geimer trying to evade the tackler, holding the ball. Brilliant tackle. Absolutely brilliant by Carl Higney. He gets it's smothered there, the kick though. Inboard here in the direction of Oscar Hodgson. Rouser applies the pressure. Zach Haig is circling, as is Bryce Scholar. Play on, says the umpire. Haig gets a kick away. It's a high up and under one, not 15. Handball out there to Mitch Brower, who goes inside 50. Nick Murphy! What brute strength from Nick Murphy. Goes the snap, and he slots the goal. So Donvale get the response. They're 9-10-64. Warrandyte 6-2-38 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Blake Tennant, boundary side.
Yeah, just again, too big, too strong. I think that's the two key words. As we touched on in the halftime show, it's going to be difficult to see who will get the job on Murphy, and also down the forward line with Duncan. It's just going to be a hard battle for both sides, but it looks pretty, like, just again, the body work wasn't the greatest there by the Warrandyte player.
And it's hard because they do have so many options, so you can't really just focus on Murphy because you've got Duncan as well, who's been marking the ball really well.
And so the big man Murphy's dominated all day. Haig wins it out of the ruck. Oh, a big collision there as the ball comes out. And a little handball out there. A bit of a hospital pass. It's gone to ground, and they'll win it Warrandyte. Well, for the moment they won it, but now it's in the hands there of it was Grimes. Now the ball comes out. Here's Quinn Clark getting it forward. Whistle's gone. Is that going to be a free kick to Warrandyte? It sure is. And they'll have an opportunity now Quinn Clark.
Paul Yacone stats centre quickly.
They need a goal here, Warrandyte, because the inside 50s are... It's starting to turn back in favour of Donvale, the game in general. It's 5-3 inside 50s this quarter, Donvale. So big kick needed here from Warrandyte.
So a massive kick. This will get it back to 20 points, but it looks to be off target. It's way off target. In fact, doesn't even make the distance, and it's been marked in the back pocket. And Donvale will bring it out. That's disappointing. Well, tough kick, but dangerous kick right across the other side.
Call back because the play wasn't on the mark. Zach Carroll
will come back. So Nick Day, he's played pretty well today. Taking an age to get rid of it. Finally puts it onto the boot, goes up the line, trying to find a target. Up they fly. Ball comes over the back, and there's a whistle here. And the free kick is or a mark's going to go to O'Brien. The crowd very vocal as O'Brien sends it down the line. Up they fly, gets over the back, trying to get his hands on it. There was, I think it was Mill. Now the ball comes out. Chasing over there's Holland, who's played particularly well for Donvale. Holland's kick finds the target. Nice work by Ringquist. Got down low and took the mark. Ringquist pops it out to the far side, but that's out on the full. That's not his best work. He wouldn't want to see that one again.
I think he got confused with his teammate on the bench, as it's a good mark taken there by Tom Grimes, who's going back for the set shot, it looks like. You'd think he'd set it up to the top of the square. He is a noted goal kicker, though. 14 goals, I believe, in 18 games last year for the Bloods. And
if Warrandyte scored, Donvale would be very disappointed. They were out there. They had Hickney run and just a very poor kick.
They were. And Tom Grimes comes in. Not the greatest looking kick, drifting to the right. It's just gone out of bounds, and it'll be a boundary throw in. So in the end, it was a good setup for Warrandyte, or in forward 50, Scott.
And just going back, Higney, I've been very impressed with his defensive play. He runs strong out of the back line, and the work rate he's put in today has been exceptional.
So we'll cross down to you shortly. Blakey as Scholar got the tap down there in the trenches. Brovadani was circling over it, and Donvale defender there circling over it as well. So it's just a ball up here, right in front of the Warrandyte goals, and they would love a goal here once again. Scholar got the tap down. Donvale looks set to get the clearance, though. Good tackle applied by Brovadani, but bursting through the pack there was Will Lambert, who gets the handball away, and they're out here, Donvale, but it's a good tap there in the end. Evasiveness there from the Donvale. Great tackle, though. That is a brilliant tackle. You're right, Paul. And it's holding the ball there from Lockie Geimer, boundary side, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got an injury concern, but I wouldn't say it's too big. But Jones Wowser has just come down. I think he got a bit winded, so I'll keep you guys onto it on what's happened. So I'll keep you guys
as Donvale look to go inside 50 here. Sells the candy there, does Mitch Brower. Brilliant! Mitch Brower with a first goal in Donvale colours, sells the candy. The candy shop is open, and Donvale extend their advantage. They're 10-10-70, Warrandyte 6-2-38 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, they were out, Scott, and they had those numbers out on the far side, and he's played a fantastic game today, Brower, and the finish was just as good, and another contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. We've got a few.
And like you said, it's just those options that they've got. You know, the scoring presence that they've got up forward is really causing a headache for Warrandyte.
Back down to the boundary.
Down here. Both teams up and about, and as you say, there are many contenders for Tobin Brothers goal of the day, and it's very lively down here. It's been up and down, left, right, but still plenty of feeling left in this game despite what the scoreboard suggests.
So Kent floats it out wide. Mark taken there by Lyle. I tell you what, it's going to be difficult today to pick the player of the day, because there's been a number of really strong contenders. Excuse me, Mark is taken by Malone. So Malone just sends it across the other side of the field. That's not really going to help them too much. They have to try and get it forward. Just looking for that opening, but the Donvale defence is well set. Finally, they do go forward down the line. Up they fly. And ball gets out the back, and it's in the hands there of Brower, I think. Now Warrandyte get it out, but there's a whistle. And we'll come back. So we've had
free kick.
15 minutes gone on this third term, so the margin currently is 32 points.
Brian Long scores.
Ferntree Gully 8-8-56 lead. Fair Park 4-7-31, and Oakley District now in front 6-4-40 to Coldstream 5-7-37.
Goldsmith puts it onto the boot, goes long inside 50, up they fly. Ball falls to Haig. He should kick this. I think he might have missed it. He has, so he'll be disappointed, Zach. Haig, it's really a very kickable
Murphy
goal.
over the top.
No real
and his
pressure.
own time as well. He wasn't under pressure, correct, Resto?
Probably didn't realise how much time he had, but that's where I guess the communication comes. But Haig sprays it, and the margin is out to 33 points.
So we'll go boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Finally got some scores as well down at South Belgrave. South Belgrave 9-5-59 to North Ringwood 3-4-22. And the Devils again running out with a win comfortably here against Mooroolbark. 11-5-71 to Mooroolbark 5-8-38.
So some interesting games in Division 1, but pretty lopsided in the end. As Warrandyte looking to go through the middle of the ground, the mark taken there by Lockie O'Brien, who's looked pretty solid in defence. He has conceded goals. I think he's had Ethan Duncan as his man, but he still looks solid as goes out wide here. And taking the mark there, Jake Harkins. Played for Whitehorse in Division 3 last year, and he's made the move up to Warrandyte Reserve as a good mark taken there. Chris Towd, a superstar of this Warrandyte side, goes inside 50 looking for another superstar in Quinn Clark, but they push the ball forward. Lockie Geimer, look at that step and a brilliant kick. Handball over the top from Malone, and Phillips will kick one of the easiest goals of his career. And there's a bit of hope, a little bit of hope for Warrandyte. They're 7-2-44 to Donvale, 10-11-71. A nice build-up in the end and a simple finish for Ryan Phillips.
Yeah, definitely. And they've certainly been a lot better since quarter time, and it's that intensity, and they've been able to move the ball a lot better. And you saw there the transition from half-back to getting into that forward line. It's just the fact that Donvale have been able to reply every time as we go boundary side with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, got some more scores as well upstairs as well in the score centre. Got Bayswater 5-5-34 to Montrose 6-8-44. So here come the Demons.
So back in the middle is Haig. I think he got the tap and it's been taken there by Lambert on the ground.
Have you taken that mic off him, Johnny?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh dear. We should fight him $10 every time he gets the M word.
Oh, don't worry. That's the plan. Don't you worry.
So
He's already got one fine today. Don't you worry about that.
Tackle. Zach Carroll on the ground is scragged. So once again, it's sort of in that sort of time. If Warrandyte could get a couple, the next couple, they could certainly stay in this game, but they just can't get close enough as the ball goes out. Phillips trying to get his hands on it, fumbled, and gets it away in the end. Diving in there, or trying to at least, was Hodgson, and in the end we'll have a ball up.
Just around the grounds as well, Churnside Park have skipped out to a bit of a lead, 9-4-58 to Scoresby 6-6-42. Kilsyth 8-12-60, lead Croydon North 6-2-38.
Well won by Hayton out of the ruck, ball out towards the far side. Jordovic gets his boot to the ball, sends it forward, up they fly, ball bouncing around, trying to get hands on it. There was Saunders, couldn't do so. And the big man Hayton puts the hip and shoulder in there. That was a bit of a mismatch. Dakota Brooking, haven't seen as much of him this afternoon. He was sort of quite prominent early, but he's gone out of the game. Handball out there from Hodgson. Here they come. Good little bubble, nice little fake there, but he could be in trouble, O'Brien. And I don't think he got his boot to the ball. The umpire said he just did. So no holding the ball. And the umpire will come in now, and he's paid a holding the ball, has he? No, just a ball up. So up it goes. Haig trying to get over the top, but he gives away the free kick, jumping on the back of Scully. He just can't do that, and it's a free kick to Warrandyte.
So Scholar looking to go inside 50 here. Clark and Phillips in 2 1-on-1s. Phillips, big buckets. Phillips. Oh, he's got some of the safest pair of hands in the business, and a big chance here for what would be his 3rd goal this quarter. It's been a big quarter from the ex-Vermont and Upper Ferntree Gully man. Is on the replay here. A really good mark taken in the end over the smaller Caleb Jordovic. He comes in. Long run up as well. He'll kick with barely any angle from about 35 metres out. It's just drifting to the right. It's been a bit inaccurate today, has Ryan Phillips. It's second behind Paul Yukone.
Well, in this 3rd quarter, again, the inside 50s have been very even. And the marks inside 53, marks inside 54. Warrandyte this quarter to 1 for Donvale.
So McCormack taking the kick in. James Rouser, who's back on the ground, just repeating the scores. 10-11, 71, 7-3, 45 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Rouser goes short to Matthew Liardi. We're also nearly into time on here as Liardi looking down the line here Duncan, the main target for Donvale, but it's out the back here for Warrandyte Day, the tap on Nick Day, that is. And that's a win for Donvale because Warrandyte had the numbers, and it's just a boundary throw. And half forward flank here, far side at Warrandyte Reserve. As Scholar and Haig will do battle once again. He has had a good first game, has Scholar. Brovadani gets the ball, but it's holding the ball, says the umpire. And Will Lambert, who's also had a pretty solid game. Umpire's calling it back. It's a goal for Heagney. It's not going to count.
No. Has he blown time?
He called it back.
He called it back, so...
There was no advantage. He didn't pay the advantage.
Yeah, so, well...
Didn't see a hand up, so that's interesting.
Yeah, as it's going to be Will Lambert, who gets the handball out here to Jake McCormack. A big thumping kick to the top of the square. It's just drifting through for a minor score. So Donvale on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they're 10-12-72, Warrandyte 7-3-45. We're 1 minute into time on here in the third quarter.
Not to state the obvious, but the next goal is just crucial because if it does go Donvale's way, it's going to be very hard for Warrandyte to make a case that they can pull off a win here.
So what can they find, Warrandyte? They desperately need one, as Ryan said, before three-quarter time. In fact, they could probably do with two. Little short kick. Mark taken nicely here by Zach Carroll. Carroll hesitates, decides just to survey his options. Now he goes towards the middle of the grounds, trying to hit a target. That might be a free kick. It is to Warrandyte. Almost a 25 there, but in fact that's got to be 25 surely, as Hodgson tried to play on. No, he said just come back to the mark and take your free kick.
I think he played on, that's why they didn't award the 25.
He's more in trouble with getting caught holding the ball there.
Little handball there for Carroll. Carroll gets it inside 50, mark is taken. So Quinn Clark it is.
And I think they have to play like that, Warrandyte. They have to take it on sort of through the centre and play on quickly because, they're running out of options. They've obviously had, 22 scoring shots to 10, so they really need to find those scoring options.
So this to bring it back to 21 points again. It's a long kick, but he makes fairly good contact.
That's a goal.
Finally gets one straight. They've had many opportunities, but they seem to be always going to the right-hand side, but not that time. Quinn Clark gets it straight down the barrel. And a very, very timely goal. Margin back to 21 points. It's 10-12-72 to 8-3-51. And we're 22 minutes into the third term.
And probably one of the more pleasing things this quarter is that they've actually started to get more out of their forward line. So Phillips has been able to work himself into the game. Yeah. Clark has too, and they're their most dangerous forwards, you would think. So continue to get it in there. 21 points is certainly manageable, but they've got to be able to defend as well.
So in the middle here, Goldsmith got the tap to Lambert. It's just a ball up here, secondary ball up. Scholar and Goldsmith do battle. Scholar's had a really good game, particularly this third quarter in ruck. But he won't get the tap here. Good follow-up work. Is it a high free kick? It is going in the direction of Kieran Malone, who's slowly getting into this game. He goes inside 50, or on the outskirts of the 50, as plenty of players over the ball. Quinn Clark tried to get the handball away. Umpire didn't pay holding the ball. He said, and it's just going to be a ball up here just outside, well, we'll call it the 40-metre arc here at Warrandyte Reserve. Ryan Long?
Just an update from Sylvan, 8-7-55. The Cats trail Whitehorse, 8-9-57.
So a classic potentially brewing out at what I'm calling the Cattery of the East as Nakota Brooking goes inside 50 here. Couldn't find a target. Wignall picks up the ball, tries to get the handball here to McCormack, who finds Heagney. Heagney gets the handball here to Wignall. Wignall receives the handball back. Brilliant pressure, Nakota Brooking holding the ball. That is a great tackle. Donvale were out there and Nakota Brooking stopped the attack. And Warrandyte in turn get the chance to go inside 50. He goes inboard looking for the big man Scholar. A good mark taken there by the ex-Bendigo Pioneer. He goes short. It's a 2-on-1 in the end. Nearly got pushed out the Warrandyte player. Carroll picks up the ball. He's got Michael Cullum, his captain, out wide, who's going to go back. We've got a perfect view for this set shot here for Michael Cullum, who's had a pretty solid game, Paul Yukone.
That's their 5th mark inside 50 for the quarter, Warrandyte. So they're giving themselves more opportunities.
They definitely are, and this would lift the Warrandyte faithful. Just about 24 and a half minutes played this quarter.
That's
a great kick. You're right there, Paul. That is a brilliant kick from the captain. And Warrandyte are right back in this contest. It's 15 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Ryan Long.
Yeah, captain's goal, and just the confidence to be able to switch the play over to the far side. They had numbers out. Carroll didn't panic, didn't just blaze away at goal, was able to see an open man out wide. hit it up, and they're back in this game now. It's crazy thing. It's gone down from 40 points to 15, and
the vision there was impeccable. You know,
it's deja vu preliminary final.
So close as they've been almost in the entire match. I'm not sure what the closest margin is, but 15. It's been out around that 20-point margin for a long time.
They can get another one here.
They could indeed, and if they can get another one before three-quarter time, well, then it's really on. As the ball falls into the hands of McCormack, but they'll get it out for the moment. Little short kick. Wignall, he's going to be in trouble. He manages to just get a handball out in the nick of time, but it's going to come back in. Tout's kicking. It's been good spoil over there. Charlie Kennett he knocked it out, but the pressure's still on.
I think this is the sort of game we expected from the start, this sort of third quarter. Both sides really putting on the pressure now, and it's going to be an interesting finish.
So what's going to happen here? Ball comes in, bouncing around. They need to get a possession of the footy before they can be thinking about goals. Ball comes back into the hands there of Higney, who gets it out. But the danger not over yet. Knocked on, and it's probably going to go out of bounds on that far side. It is, just in front of Powell.
Gents, as we go to a boundary throw-in just quickly, it's been an interesting day. The start of round one, we've had a bit of a blunder in the game before, and something I've just noticed, the stand rule, it seems that old habits die hard. I don't think we've discussed it all day. Have a look for yourself.
That is true. The stand rule isn't around anymore, I believe. So,
old habits die hard. They're still standing like statues. There you go.
Indeed, as Rouser looking to get the clearance, he does to Mitch Brower, who goes inside 50, a one-on-one.
Great mark.
Good mark taken. Lockie O'Brien, you're up and about there, Paul. You go. That is a really good mark. Diving for the ball there, the ex-Montmorency man, and a big chance here for Warrandyte to rebound. He goes into the centres. That's three-quarter time out here at Warrandyte Reserve. We have got ourselves a contest. The Bendigo Bank scoreboard reads 9-3, 57 Warrandyte, trailing Donvale 10-12, 72. Major goal kickers Ryan Phillips and Quinn Clark with 2. Zach Carroll, Michael Cullum, Kieran Malone also with 2.
Starting to get windy.
It is starting to get windy. Kieran Malone also with 2, and Tom Grimes with a single for For Donvale, we've got Nick Murphy with 4, Ethan Duncan with 3, Will Lambert and Mitch Brower and Nick Day with singles. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland match of the round out here at Warrandyte Reserve, where Warrandyte trail Donvale by 15 points.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Warrandyte Reserve. We have got ourselves a contest out here in the Division 3 clash between Warrandyte and Donvale. Warrandyte, they're trailing 57 to Donvale 72 here on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Ryan Long, Scott Hardy, that was a great quarter in the end from Warrandyte that got them right back into this contest. But it's deja vu from the preliminary final they played last year.
Yeah, certainly right, Josh. And one thing that probably Donvale will be happy with is that they have been able to respond to every time Warrandyte have been able to hit back, and they did kick the last 2 or 3. So now it's you still probably have faith that Donvale can respond in their own ways, and their forward line have been dangerous all day. We've said that, but suddenly you see Warrandyte. Phillip takes a good pack mark. Quinn Clark takes a mark not long after and kicks a really good goal from outside 50. So. Look, Scott, I think it's open either way, and if Warrandyte can kick the first one, suddenly the pressure is on the Magpies to respond.
They're building, and that's the thing, isn't it? So that was the best quarter for Warrandyte by far, and if they can continue that, they've obviously come out from the half and gone in. We'll cross down a boundary.
Side, yep.
Blake Tennant.
Gents, sorry, it's John O'Van here. I've got Kevin here. Some of your thoughts on the third quarter?
They were good. Warrandyte were good. They surrendered stoppages and they ended up being able to the ball on the outside and into their forwards quickly, and they were difficult to defend. So they got the goals that they.
You've got the boys fired up. What do you need from? What do you need from them now as we come off the field as the game? Will be restarted momentarily. What do you need from the boys coming into the last quarter with a very short margin on the scoreboard?
Well, we just need to get back on top of the stoppages, which we were throughout the whole game, and then force it deep to our forwards, because I think that they can capitalise on that. But we've got to get that first give and then get it back. And then our defenders, our mids have to get a defensive mindset, or more defensive mindset. We had it up until half-time. And then work both ways, and so then we can be on top of it. It'll be a good last quarter.
Alrighty, Kevin Collins, thanks for your time. Back up to you guys.
Thank you for that. John O'Van doing a great job on the boundary there alongside Blake Tennant. Well, teams are in position, patrons are off the ground, umpire holds the ball aloft, and we're underway here in the final quarter between Warrandyte and Donvale, and it's Haig against Hayden. Hayden got the tap down. Rouse is going to get the clearance though, gets the handball to Haig, who didn't manage to get the handball away, and Zach Carroll is going to go inside 50 here. Buckets Phillips nearly took the mark there. It's out the back here though for Warrandyte, and immediately pressuring there is Phillips on the Donvale defence. Paul Yukone?
They have a big chance in this last quarter to come home here, Warrandyte. They're kicking to the left of screen where 12 of the 19 goals have been kicked from my calculations.
They do have a big chance as Phillips couldn't take the mark there in the end, and it's just going to be ball up. Ryan Long?
Sylvan have got down to a bit of a lead, 12-8-80, leading Whitehorse 8-9-57.
So Whitehorse clearly still struggling away from home. Paul Yukone?
And if Warrandyte keep winning the clearances, which they have been all day.
As Clark nearly took the mark, he didn't. He picks up the ball though. That's a great snap. It's there! Oh, it's a point. I thought the umpire was signalling for a goal there. That would have been Tobin Brothers' goal of the day. At 9-4-58 to 10-12-72, boundary side.
Yeah, just from this angle, it was just to the left of the goalpost, just snuck in there. Oh, gee, that's tragic, isn't it?
That's very tragic.
So Don will bring the ball again. Josh Wood might need a ventilator, I think.
Or a strepsil.
Taken by Scholar over on the far side. They could certainly have done with that goal, but the pressure is still on as the ball comes in. That's been marked.
That's a mark.
He's played at the umpire, so it's Grimes, the big man. You just get the feeling there's a bit of momentum now just going the way of Warrandyte here. And you're just being up there at home, and if they can get this one, suddenly it's back. Well, it'll be the closest they've been all day.
The fact that they've been able to start clinking some marks up forward, they look a lot more dangerous now.
Absolutely.
That's their 6th mark they've taken up forward in the forward 50 in the second half.
And so Tom Grimes, this is a massive kick. He won't want to miss this one. The Moz on him. There's the kick. I reckon he has missed it. He has. In fact, he's missed everything. That's just unforgivable. I understand there's a bit of early season rust, but that's a terrible kick.
Boys, is there a bit of a wind out there? I know it's picking up a little bit.
Oh, not really.
Oh. Dangerous ball inside. The mark is taken, but the umpire has just ruled everything is okay.
Oh.
It was Matty Day. I think he's taken a bit of a knock to the head. He came down at a very hard tackle.
Two superstars of Donvale and Warrandyte.
It was probably across the top of the chest, maybe.
I don't think it wasn't malicious or anything. It was just a little bit late. That's all.
Just a little bit winded, perhaps, as Ray Ben would say, when someone's been carried off with a couple of bones sticking out of their legs.
Gents, just as we get underway, I know I said this earlier on in the game, but it's going to be a case of wins on, wins off. And at the moment, the wind's back on. As I said, there wasn't really any wind. Now there is. It's very confusing conditions out here.
So Dutchy Holland, he gets the ball down the line, looking for the big man in Rosa. And the ball is across the boundary line. So they just, if they could get the next one, as we said, the margin currently is 14. And suddenly they'd be just within a kick or just over a kick away. And with a bit of momentum here and the crowd behind them, anything can happen.
So Zach Haig gets the clearance though, trying to burst his way through Liardi. He gets a handball out here to Haig, but Cullum is going to intercept. He's had a brilliant game under pressure though from Caleb Jordovic, and it's just a ball up here, nearly in front of us on the broadcast side here of Warrandyte Reserve. Ryan Long.
Update at Tormore, Bronya lead 8-5-53 to the Basin 3-3-21.
So pressing home their advantage there are the Hawks, as Warrandyte are going to get the clearance here through Luke Saunders. It's a high up and under. Grimes nearly took the mark. He did drop it in the end, and it's out the back here for Donvale. Plenty of numbers though, and it's just going to be a ball up in the centre square, Scott.
The free-flowing scoring that Donvale sort of had earlier on has stopped. They haven't scored since the 13-minute mark of the third quarter.
That is quite remarkable, but they look set to get the clearance here. Rouser under pressure though, holding the ball, says the umpire. Pays advantage. Kira Malone has got Chris Tout on the inside, who goes for home and finishes! Brilliant finish, Chris Tout, and it's down to 8 points here at Warrandyte Reserve. 10-4-64 to 10-12-72. 4.5 minutes played on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And none of that happens if you don't lay that tackle on Rouser, and it was a brilliant pressure, and ball, they were quick to move it on. They wanted to play on, and Scott, they were able to get the result from it, which is a big game changer. They needed the first one to really make this interesting.
Well, that's 4 goals straight now for Warrandyte, so they've easily finding the goals at the moment, and now it's the question of what does Donvale do? It's where do they go from here, and they need to change something.
So it didn't seem that long ago we were sitting here wondering how we were going to keep the game interesting as Donvale blew out to a big lead, but this Warrandyte side has come home like a wet sail, and they've got a free kick.
Just quickly, a couple of updates. South Belgrave 93 lead North Ring with 34. Murrelbach 52 coming back, trailing Wanturn South 77.
So they've got a chance to send it forward again. If they get the next one, they'll raise the roof.
What a mark!
I tell you what, the mark's been taken. Is that Grimes again?
Scholar.
He really has been impressive, Scholar. Massive game from him. He's got to be in the votes come the end of the game, and if he could kick this one.
What a kick by Brovadani though, from the basically towards the back pocket, the half back line.
So Scholar, this will get it within a kick, unbelievably so. There's the kick on its way. Not a lot of noise from the crowd behind the goals as the ball drifts to the right, so it goes through for a point, and the margin is 7.
There is only about 8 or 9 kids there behind the goals, Besto.
Paul Yacano, briefly in the stats.
Warrandyte are all over Donvale in this last quarter. The tackles are in favour of Warrandyte, 5-2, and the inside 50s 4-0 in favour of Warrandyte. So they are coming.
They are indeed, as Saunders gets a little handball out and they go forward again. Saunders gets it back in a bit of a dive pass like rugby as the ball goes out. Now they go inside 50. We'll go to the boundary in a moment as the ball goes towards half forward, full forward at least, and the mark is taken. And good work by Holland. We'll bring it out and we'll go boundary side.
All right, gents, the preface to this one's just a little bit long, and I sort of have to quiet my voice a bit when I say this, but I'm only going to say one word. Starts with D. It's draw. Maybe.
Not another draw. I don't want another draw. I've already dealt with enough draws this year. You had to bring that up, Jono, as Nathan Mill has the ball here. Goes the short chipping ball in the direction of Carl Wicknell, who's also had an underrated game, I feel, Wicknell. He's created plenty of opportunities going forward. He goes backwards here. Not a great kick, though, but numbers are with Donvale picking up the ball there. Adam Cameron, but they're under pressure by Ryan Phillips, but they evade the pressure and taking the mark there. Mitch Brower, who will also definitely be in the votes for Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. He's looking for options. They're not. The boundary side, Blake Tennant quickly.
Yeah, just got to score at Bayswater Oval. The Demons are coming. 5-6-36 to Bayswater to Montrose 9-9-63.
Zach Carroll gets the ball there. Is it going to be holding the ball? It's a ball up.
Well, Josh, we talked about that first quarter where Donvale just dominated the clearances, the stoppages. It's now the opposite, and that's where they've got to get back in control if they're going to, stem the momentum.
Indeed, as Haig, he gets the big fist there to James Rouser. He's going to be key. This final quarter is the captain, and it's just the ball up here. Secondary ball up inside Warrandyte's forward 50, who are trailing by 7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 8 minutes played in this final quarter. Still plenty of time for the Bloods to push for victory, as Scholar got the tap, but it's going in the direction of Haig, and Holland gets the clearance out here to Kyle Wicknell, who couldn't pick up the ball there, and they're under pressure of the Donvale players. They nearly get the ball away. In fact, they do. David Holland with the kick off the ground, and they're nearly out here. In fact, they are out, and it looks like it's Will Lampard with the ball inside, but intercepted here by Kieran Malone. 2-on-1 here in favour of Warrandyte, but it's the bounce just didn't suit the Warrandyte players. It's going to be a boundary throw-in, though, in the forward pocket, Ryan Long.
Heathman 104, lead Upper Gully 12.
I've got a lot of question marks for Upper Ferntree Gully now, as a fair amount of people would. As boundary throw-in, no clear winner there, but Donvale are going to get the clearance here. I think that's Heagney, who's had a pretty good game as well. Not the greatest kick, though, as I say that, and it's intercepted there by Jordan Powell, who's got numbers here, do Warrandyte, and they're nearly out, but instead they go to a 3-on-1. Nathan Mill, good spoil there. Spud Frawley would be proud of that that fist right there. Bang.
Poor option, though, there. Warrandyte had numbers that they should have used. They didn't need to rush it. There's still plenty of time on the clock, 9 minutes in the fourth quarter.
One of the more interesting factors will be how these sides run out this game. There's a couple of players already doing stretches and showing signs of cramping, as a shot for goal is smothered off the boot of Beasley. Now it's there in the hands of Harker.
Oh!
He has, and that's a big contender for the goal of the day, the smother. Let's watch the replay. The initial kick was smothered, but as it came out, talk about an opportunist goal. And look at him, Harkins pouncing on that, just put it onto the left boot. Bang, through it goes, and the margin now is 1 point.
Incredible. From 40 points down
to 1 point.
A massive turnaround, and they're well and truly on top in the midfield, dominating the clearances. It's now a time for can Donvale respond, and they've got to do it here through the centre clearances.
Now the big question is, how many options for goal of the day and player of the day do we have?
We'll have a few. There might be more to come for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
As Hay gets the tap down, Brooking is going to get his hands on the ball. Brilliant tackle, Christopher Winquest. Advantage paid. Ball inside 50 here. Nick Murphy on the lead, and Donvale have the chance to immediately respond. That is a brilliant tackle there from Caleb Jordovic. The kick inside 50 there from Mitch Brower, who's been superb all day. And Nick Murphy, a big chance for his 5th goal here of the contest. He's been quiet since the first quarter, only one in that third quarter. As he comes in, he'll kick from just inside the arc. Is it coming back? Right. Yes, it is! Nick Murphy with his 5th. Donvale pushed the lead back out to 7. They're 11-12-78, 11-5-71 Warrandyte on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 11 minutes played in this final quarter.
Couldn't ask for a better response. They just had to, exactly what they had to do, get the ball out of the middle and then use their forwards, who have been so dominant in the first half, because they're leading up at the ball so well, and that's the perfect example of it. And that's goal number 4, is it, for Murphy?
It's goal number 5.
Goal number 5.
Yep. So 5. Back in the middle, the margin is 7, so it's still anyone's game. And as I said before, we didn't think we'd be saying that after the first quarter, as the ball goes into the tight stuff. Trying to work his way out of it there was Malone, and he's got a free kick. So draw high contact, so Malone, he'll send this forward. Thumps it long, trying to look for the big man, Phillips. Where is he? Trying to crash the back, and it's coming to the hands there of It's a Harkins. Harkins has taken the ground. There's all sorts of yelling and screaming.
It's on
and
here.
And it's a free kick going the way.
Just quickly, boys. Moorbuck, another goal. 8-11-59. One turn herself. 12-6-78. Would like to know how long's left there.
I don't know if he knew, but he had players over the top there. He just needed to get a hand to, and they would have had an open goal, Warrandyte there.
Cameron's kick not the best. He's kicked to about a 3-on-1, and it's easily spoiled, so it'll be a stoppage.
And that's another golden fist that Spud Frawley would be proud of.
Very much so.
So we're about half forward for Warrandyte. Margin 7 points. We've had 12 minutes in this final term. It was turned out to be a pretty good game. They win the head out. Ball comes out. Tricking it up there was Hodgson, but he lost it in the end. But still in the tight stuff though. And the umpire said we'll ball it up. We're at about the 50-metre arc, which is, as we mentioned before, is probably more like a 40-metre arc. Umpire throws it up. Good wrestling from the rucks there, and Scholar wins the head out. Ball on the ground there. Rouser dives in on it, but it's not going to come out, so we'll have another ball up. Plenty of work for the ruckman to do today, as it always is. So, up it goes. Here's the head out, falls again for Rouser as he gets the kick forward. Up it goes. Oh, it has to be a free kick today, I think. Nick Day got scragged, and they'll play on quickly the advantage for Donvale, and they send it long, trying to find a target. There's Murphy. Murphy takes it on the ground. Shrugs up his defender. That's going to be the goal of the day if he kicks it. Murphy! No, he's missed. That would have been a brilliant
Had
goal.
an open man too.
Boundary. Just quickly before we go boundary side, Oakley District may almost be there for their first win in the league. 9-8-62, lead Coldstream 6-8-44, thanks to Jaden Adolf. Going boundary side with John Evan.
Chance of a point of the day award, boys. I reckon that was up there.
There's a few.
Those Donvale are going to go inside 50 here once again. They're starting to pile on the pressure of the Vales, but Warrandyte are starting to hold up. Handball out here from Josh Myers, who they get the kick away in the direction of Chris Tout here, who's forced to go on his right now, looking for his other long sleeve teammate Quinn Clark, but out the back here it's all Donvale, and Dutchy Holland tries to get the handball away, but under pressure there from Tom Grimes was Charlie Ken, and it's gone out of bounds. A big win there for Warrandyte. If Donvale had rebounded, they could have potentially been out there, as a boundary thrown in the forward pocket. Is something happening?
Just quickly before that happens, Waverley Blues 9-10-64 lead Templestowe 7-9-51.
Okay, so it's a blood rule. It's going in the direction of Jordan Powell run.
While we're on that, Churnside Park 9-6-60 to Scoresby 8-10-58, so that's getting closer.
A classic drawing out of Kimberley Reserve as well. It's a holding free kick in the direction of Donvale. Mitch Brower, again, a magnificent game from the ex-Blackburn man. He's worked hard in midfield all day long as he's looking for options. Not too much to go to. Warrandyte covering the ground really well here. Duncan in a one-on-one against Lockie O'Brien, and a good spoil there from, you could argue, both Scholar and O'Brien, and it's just gone out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
Other scores around the division. Kilsyth look to be comfortably in front, 10-15-75 to Croydon North 8-6-54.
So another clearance for Warrandyte. They get it onto the boot. It's Zach Carroll who gets it forward. They now need the mark, and they get it. So that's a great grab taken there by Beasley. This is the kick though, as they go inside 50, trying to find a target. But who's that to? It's going right across the other side of the field. Not a great kick. Clark tried to make something of it, but he couldn't do it. It's out of bounds. So they're still in a good position, but that was a wasted opportunity. The first mark was good. The kick was a bit lacking, you'd have to say. Probably a nice way of saying it. Umpire throws it in and see if they can get the head out. Phillips it was, into the ruck that time. But it's a clearance for Donvale, and they get it forward, but it's probably going to come back, maybe. Brooking gets it out. Still in the tight stuff. Rehnquist was there. Over there was Tout, who's played pretty well today. Tout gets it. That's a mark. That's a brilliant mark, Phillips. He's got 3 today, and the big man came out on those big dukes, or buckets. Buckets, as my co-commentator calls them.
And I think everyone calls I think that's his nickname, Ryan Buckets Phillips.
But how about the influence in this second half? He had a bit of a quiet start and has really worked his way into the game.
Yep, certainly has. Come into the game at the crucial time. This for his fourth, and to get it back with a kick. He's got it. No problems at all for Phillips. And the margin is back to 2 points. 79 plays 77. And we've had 16.5 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Paul Yukone quickly in the stats centre.
Warrandyte are well on top of the inside 50s in this last quarter. They have 12 inside 50s to 3. And they actually lead the overall inside 50 count 41 to 37.
So Donvale, I think based on that, they've had 2 scoring shots from their 3 inside 50s as well. So pretty promising, but Warrandyte with all the territory as it's back in the middle here. Hayden to do the ruck duel with Sam Goldsmith. Donvale looking to get the clearance, but it's just going to be a ball up here.
Another goal, Moorabach, back to 19 points.
Ooh, it's a good contest out at the Heights. There's big tap there from Taylor Hayden. A big fist forward there from Jake Harkins looking for Tom Grimes. And they're out here. Jack Bradford looking for Quinn Clark. Just evades him and it's out of bounds on the full. So a couple of wasted opportunities there in the direction of Quinn Clark. As Donvale look to rebound here from defence. Back pocket far side here of Warrandyte Reserve.
The thing with Clark, with Clark is at least he's finding the space. They've just got to lower the ice and try and hit him on the chest.
They do. It's a good mark taken near centre wing by Nick Day, who's had a really good game. Looking for his captain, James Rouser. He's going to get a holding the man. Free kick is Rouser. His advantage paid. It is. Oh, no, it's not. I thought it was paid.
Gents, it was a mistake from the umpire. He's pointed to his chest and says it was my bad, so the play's coming back.
So James Rouse is going to get the chance to get the kick inside 50. He's had a really good final quarter. James Rouse has stepped up as he goes short here in the direction of Will Lambert, who's also had a reasonable Donvale debut. He's looking for options inside 50, not a whole lot to go to, so he goes to his big man, Nick Murphy. Look at the pickup, look at the snap. It's going to be intercepted though by Taylor Hayden. If it wasn't so much pressure, Nick Murphy was definitely going to be kicking that goal there as Warrandyte looked to rebound and potentially grab the lead.
So, little short kick finds its target in Lockie O'Brien. So, coming up to nearly 19 minutes gone. Margin is 2 points.
Need to start moving it though, Warrandyte.
So, Warrandyte, they need to get forward, as Scotty said. Long kick up the field, up to about the centre of the ground. Bouncing around, McCormick's in there, but that won't come out, I don't think. The umpire will have to go in and tidy it up, and we'll have a ball up just in the middle of the grounds. So
you can certainly see why these two are going to be the top 2 sides of the division, just with the way they're playing this second half.
Ball comes out of the ruck, and they've got it forward, Warrandyte, and they put it onto the boot through Beasley. Gets it forward, but it's going to probably go out of bounds on that far side. So a bit of a nothing kick. Nevertheless, they've got field position.
And again, Clark.
Sorry, Scotty.
Sorry, no, just Clark was still sitting in that pocket. It's just not coming to him.
So a good kick by Cameron, finds his target over there on the far side. So Wicknell cries for a free kick, but nothing doing inside. They take the mark, just trying to slow it down now. Brower, how good has he been? Inside today, now they go inside 50. Long kick, trying to get on there, get his hands on it, was Duncan, couldn't do so. It's been put onto the boot and slammed for goal. No, end of the post.
Bang.
So, another opportunity goes
Sports cover post.
So, still standing the post, which is good. So, 80 plays 77, 3 points, as we tick in a time on at the end of the game.
So, Lockie O'Brien with kick-in duties. So, you've got a ripper ending out here at Warrandyte Reserve. A good mark taken. Tom Grimes, he's had a good game as well. Looking inboard here in the direction of Jake Harkins. A spoil from behind there. A good one. Is that going to be holding the ball? Umpire says no. It's a good tackle, but it's going to go out here for Warrandyte. Jack Bradford gets the kick away, but it's going to be intercepted here by Nathan Mill, who's had a really solid game as well.
And they'll be happy here just to take a bit of time off the clock.
They will.
He won't rush.
You're not wrong there, Ryan. It's just 3 points their lead now. He looks to go down the line. A good mark taken there. The big man, Taylor Hayden, with the mark right in front of the Donvale benches. He looks to go to Nakota Brooking. Nearly the intercepting there was Will Lambert, but they go inside 50 here. Buckets Phillips, the target over on the ground. There's Clark. In behind here is Kieran Malone. Evades the tackle and nearly finds Phillips. He does. He kicks the goal. It was a scrappy goal, but it's a goal nevertheless. And Warrandyte hit the lead for the first time today. I'm losing myself here. 13-5, 83 to 11-14, 80, 21 and a half minutes played in this final quarter out here at Warrandyte.
Scotty, remarkable turnaround. Warrandyte in front. There we go, boundary side.
No offence, Wardy, but I think we've got the first addition to the voice crack files there. You're up and about. It's great to see.
So, what have Donvale got? Suddenly they find themselves behind for the first time in the game. They need to answer, and they don't have much time to do it as Haig wins the head out. I tell you what, if they could get the next one, Warrandyte, they're home as the ball in the hands of Bradford. They just need to try and hang on to it, but they can't do so because the ball is out of bounds on that far side. You'd suggest probably plenty of time to go. We're only up to 22 minutes, so maybe another 5 minutes still to play. But here they come.
Now it changes the gameplay, though, for Donvale. They haven't had to rush their contest. They haven't had to rush their kicks. They have to look for options going forward.
Good call, Scotty. They've got to make the play now as Nick Day tries to...
It's in the back.
And that'll be a free kick.
No.
Is it? No, umpire says we'll just have a play. It was Kiali Higney.
It's Kyle Higney, actually. We got corrected by Wayne Brasher not so long ago, who I believe is around the...
But good point, Scotty. It may actually work out to their benefit that they've got to take the game on now and take some risk.
So Hayden the head out. Falls though for Donvale. That's Higney now. Getting it forward inside 50. Duncan's there, but the ball flies and it falls into the hands of Sinisic. Haven't called his name too much today, and he's off target with that kick. And it's gone through for a... It's out of bounds, actually. So I throw it on the left forward pocket.
Probably the best result there for Donvale.
A brilliant result for Donvale. They get the chance to take back the lead. Not too sure how much longer would be left. There would be a bit of time because there's been plenty of goals this quarter as Hayne got the tap back, looking in the direction of Myers. Is it going to be a high free kick? No, a free kick. It's just the ball up. Still in Donvale's forward 50 here, kicking to the Warrandyte Heidelberg Road end of the ground. It's Hayden doing battle. I think that's Nick Murphy in ruck, and they got the kick away, did Donvale, but it's a good smother, and it's going to be another ball up. Warrandyte will not mind this one bit. Stoppage after stoppage here, Scott.
Just those 1%ers, that smother crucial again. You could say that was going to the top of the goal square.
As it's a ball up, Murphy, it was Haig, in fact, in front position as they get the ball out here to Donvale. Rouser was nearly there. They get the handball away. Warrandyte player slipping on the ground there, and under pressure there was Jake Harkins. It's just the ball up. It's scrappy inside. Donvale's forward 50 here. Haig got the tap down, finding Liardi. Big chance. Goal! Matthew Liardi with a big goal there. It's 12-14, 86. Warrandyte 13-5, 83. 24 minutes played in the final quarter.
Incredible.
I'm losing myself.
You just sprayed my laptop. But
with all the water I've gotten all day.
But thrilling finish, and look, they put themselves in a position up forward to get the ball in a dangerous spot, and a beautiful snap on goal to put them back in front. It's had everything this second half.
How long do you reckon there's left, boys?
Well, 24.5 minutes score, and there can't be a whole lot longer.
Still time for Warrandyte to pitch it, boys. Just hold the phone as the ball goes away. Now they go forward inside 50. Can they get it up? They sure can. It's Phillips.
It's Clark.
Clark, sorry. It's not over yet, and Clark, this could be the moment because I don't think there could be too much time to go. This might decide it.
He's been obviously presenting on the lead and finally gets his chance at it, so here to make his moment.
Yep, and talking about moments, Liardi hasn't had a big game, has he? But he got that kick, and that's all he got to do. Just one moment, but it might count for nothing if Clark can put this through. This might be for the game. Clark's kick is on its way. It's it. He's got it. You can see on the line. It's gone through, and Warrandyte are back in front. What a game this has turned into. We never would have thought it would have gone this way after the early stages, but Clark puts it through. But again, hold the phone because we're not
it shows you how quick they can move it out of the centre.
89-86. We've had nearly 25.5 gone in this final turn.
Yeah, just hold the phone. There is still... I feel like there's plenty of time because there's been plenty of goals. Warrandyte have kicked the 5, Donvale just the 2, but this is a grandstand finish right here on the Eastland Match of the round. 26 minutes played here. Warrandyte leading by just the 3 points as Hayden got the tap down. It's a Donvale clearance though, Matt Day. It's a high free kick.
Go.
It's a high free kick going in the direction of Matt Day. He's gingered to get up. He is down.
Someone will have to take his kick.
Someone will. It's a bit of a concern. He's had a quiet day, Matt. He has a quiet day, ironically, Matt Day. But He's getting up here and being well supported as well by Zach.
Yeah,
Zach
that's good to see.
It's great to see two of the recruits two of the recruits to both these sides helping one of the recruits helping the other recruit out.
It's great he's got back up.
It is great as he runs to the interchange bench. Players resume as Warrandyte faithful are calling for the siren. Jack McCormack is going to take the kick inside 50 here. Hakes the target. There are other targets though. It's Saunders who will get the ball clear. Nearly everyone is in. Donvale's attacking half. A good mark taken there. Benjamin Lyle. Not too many options. Michael Cullum. That's a captain's mark right there.
Absolutely.
That's a brilliant mark from Cullum as he looks to go further out wide, and Warrandyte will just look to slow down. It's Zach Carroll with ball in hand. He's also had a really good game as Carroll as he looks to go the far side. It's a dangerous kick, but Lockie O'Brien is going to get the ball here. Slowing the clock down here are Warrandyte. 27.5 minutes played here in this final quarter. They lead by 3, 89-86. Right in front of us here in the broadcast position. The good intercept mark taken here by Nathan Mill, who's looking to go inside 50 quickly. Plenty of targets. Matt Day is one of them. Ethan Duggan is one of them. On the ground was James Rouser, as is Adam Brovadani, who gets the handball away. Rouser nearly gets the ball away. Brovadani under pressure. Is it a high free kick? It is.
It couldn't be after the siren, could it?
Had to be a free kick.
I hope not. I don't know if my heart can deal with it. As it's going to be
just
Caleb
look at the replay. It's
Jordovic.
there.
Yep.
That is a high free kick. Jordovic, I will add, he kicked the ball behind. This is as grandstand of a finish as you can get out here at Warrandyte Reserve. They're getting up and about behind the Donvale goal here. Jordovic comes in. He's got it! Caleb Jordovic has given Donvale back the lead. 13-14, 92.
Siren.
And that is the siren. It isn't after the goal win for Donvale. What a victory for the Vales. And after the siren kick here for Caleb Jordovic.
Unbelievable.
That is unbelievable scenes as well. And again, I've lost myself, Ryan Long and Scott Hardy.
Who picked this game as match of the round?
I did. That's credit on me. But no, incredible. Two great sides. That second half was just phenomenal footy. The last quarter, each time I thought every time the lead changed there, I thought that was it. But last gasp that was able to get the free kick and a good finish after you said had missed a few. So to be able to have the nerves to calm them down and kick the goals. We go boundary side with John O'Ven.
Gents, I've got the man of the moment here. How do you feel after that?
Mate, not gonna lie,
Sorry, mate.
I was shooting myself there.
What an unbelievable up and down win. You've upset the home side. What do you reckon this means to the boys? I mean, you could see the scenes after that. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it means everything. We competed really hard on the day. Should have held on a bit more with sort of a little bit of big lead, but we came back strong and got us back.
Gents, we can go upstairs if you want to ask a question.
Yeah, Caleb, Josh Ward here. Oh, what a phenomenal performance. The message from Kevin Collins at three-quarter time. What was that message given Warrandyte were coming hard in that third quarter?
He sort of really just said we got to control the footy, you know. In the third quarter, we were going down the line a lot, just playing really slow footy. So we had to go back to our brand, get it through the corridor. We'll let you go forward.
We'll let you get back to the huddle as well.
Ice in the veins, mate.
Yeah, that is a brilliant goal, a brilliant after the siren goal. Congrats on the victory as well. Go and enjoy it, mate.
Cheers, boys.
Back to you guys. Let's do it.
What a phenomenal
performance. Yeah, he exhausted after that, I'm sure.
Understandably so.
But what a game, Josh. I mean, at half times we certainly didn't see this sort of performance come in the second half. Credit to both sides. Credit to Warrandyte for working their way back in the game, and then credit to Donvale for continually able to respond. And a phenomenal finish.
And credit to Donvale. We spoke about obviously the change and what had to happen with obviously their backs against the wall in those last couple of minutes, but they managed to stand strong and find the goals.
Well, just an amazing game, wasn't it? I mean, they trained the whole day, Warrandyte, and they got themselves in front, and it looked like they were going to get there, and it looked like Donvale were gone because all the momentum seemed to be with Warrandyte. But then we had the goal from Liardi, which was huge, and then Warrandyte went down the other end and kicked one, and then the goal at the end, and Jordovic, I mean, he must have been absolutely, well, doing the proverbial as he lined up that kick with the whole match just sitting on his shoulders. But what a great kick and what a great win.
Well, it was a great win and a clutch kick. He really did have ice in his veins, Ryan Long. We're going to go to a break here. A brief break. When we return, we'll try our best to get the Donvale song. I don't think we will, but we'll try and get a couple more interviews and continue to go around the grounds as you go local for your footy. It's Donvale getting the win here, 13-14-92 to 14-5-89 Donvale.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't
$1 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport.
40 points.
Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
And then we've got our...
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Warrandyte Reserve, where we have just witnessed a phenomenal contest between Warrandyte and Donvale. Another chapter to this. Well, this it's a magnificent rivalry. Josh Ward here alongside Brett Beston, Ryan Long, Scott Hardy, Paul Yukone, just repeating the final scores as well. Donvale 13-14-92 to Warrandyte 14-5-89, and after the siren kick from Caleb Jordovic getting the win.
Did anyone actually hear the siren? Because it was
I didn't.
No, I could only hear Josh voices.
Yeah, I was screaming that loud.
My ear,
I was trying to work out at what stage the siren
I could not hear it at all.
It's pretty much as he kicked it and Josh lost his mind.
Yeah.
When it went off, that's
I lost my mind at the start of time on,
Yeah,
Scott. I lost my mind at the start of time on in the fourth quarter, Scott.
Yeah,
Let's run through the major goal kickers quickly. So for Warrandyte, we've got Ryan Phillips who kicked the 4, all in the second half. Quinn Clark with 3, Kieran Malone with 2, Tom Grimes, Jake Harkins, the captain Michael Cullum and Chris Tout with singles. For Donvale, they were led by Nick Murphy, who kicked the 5 goals. Ethan Duncan with 3 singles as well to Will Lambert. Caleb Jordovic, the match winner, Matthew Liardi and Mitch Brower. But We need to get to our votes here. Well, first up...
Well, we can sort of...
Let's discuss this match. It's been...
We do have that time, extra time, so we are going to 5:15, so it gives us a chance to sort of debrief. We'll go over a couple things and then go through the scores around the grounds. But we do have the Sportsco Eastland player of the game, best on, which is going to be a tough one because there's quite a few on both sides that you could probably give it to. And then, of course, our Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Again, there was quite a lot there.
Yeah, it was quite a lot,
especially in that
of
first
options.
half. So we'll start just with the game. Let's just sort of, debrief it a little bit because it's a phenomenal finish. And Scott, that the second half, especially in that last quarter, they went goal for goal, but it looked like Warrandyte had them. In that about 20 minutes in, they had all the momentum. They were dominating the stoppages, the clearances. It looked like it was almost their game to lose.
Well, it was only sort of from that 11-minute mark in the fourth quarter where Murphy sort of kicked the goal for Donvale, but they hadn't scored from the 13-minute mark in the third quarter. So there was quite a gap, and they'd been scoring easily sort of through the first half. But credit to Warrandyte to come out after half time and really bounce back and show show composure and show a skill in playing, and they can't be. I know they'll be disappointed, don't get me wrong, but they can't in the same breath be disappointed because obviously they can see what's
they've got to take a lot out of it. Yeah, absolutely.
And my query at the start before the game was, what do they do with that new structured forward line? Well, it only really took them a half, and then they finally worked out how we're going to score goals and stuff. So it's just a building block from there, and they would be very pleased with it. But credit to Donvale, a great win.
And Josh, that's probably the big thing, isn't it? The response that Donvale were able to give time and time again when Warrandyte were coming. They continued to have an answer. Nick Murphy put one through when it really looked like Warrandyte. I think they'd kicked the 4 goals in a row before Murphy scored that. And then at the end, right on the final siren, it looked over and they were able to pinch one.
Oh, it was quite remarkable. And they were able to respond. But, Warrandyte still had a pretty decent run of it, especially at the start of that final quarter, which gave them... which got them right back into the contest. And the third quarter as well, I feel like it went under the radar. They still kicked 5 goals and kept Donvale to 3, yes, but it got them right back into the contest. And it was just a phenomenal game. And it capped off with literally an ice in his veins goal from
let's
Caleb
not get
John.
too carried away. Remember, as good a game as this was, and we're talking about the importance of it, it is only round 1, but it just felt like it was more than that because of the two sides. I guess they both played finals last year. So, from Warrandyte's point of view, I mean, this game honestly it could have gone either way at the end. It really could have. So they'll be disappointed to have lost the game, but they'll take plenty of positives out of it, and particularly as you said, I think you, Ryan, the new forward line structure worked really well. Phillips really he was good early, then he went over it for a bit, but came back in towards the back of the time, and of course Clark was good too, and they had plenty of other good performances as well. So, but at Donvale's day, and just a really gutsy win.
Just having Phillips though, he's going to be great for them. Like I know he was in and out, but that composure sort of towards the end, and then to give them the lead at in the 21-minute mark, it's just a great asset to have in their forward line.
Yeah, but you can say the same about Murphy. Like good players always come into the game when the game's on the line. They have, they can drift out of it for a while in the middle of the game, and everyone thinks, oh, what's happened to Phillips or what's happened to Murphy? But when the game's on the line, they're always there. Looks like we've got an interview downstairs. I think it's
a milestone man.
Dutchie Holland playing his 100th game today.
G'day, Jeds. Yes, got the 100th gamer, David Holland. David, can you script this any better? Your 100th game and you win after the siren. How good is footy?
Oh, mate, that was unbelievable. That's probably one of the best wins I've ever been in. So to say that for the 100th game is unbelievable, really. But, we sort of had him at the start of the game, but just to sort of let him come back like that. But it was a bit disappointing. But, mate, at the end of the game, it was unbelievable to be part of.
Was it a bit of like deja vu, like last year in the prelim final? You guys, had that fast start, and then Warrandyte kept coming and coming. Do you feel like it was like that type of game of like last year?
Yeah, we're actually making a bit of a habit, really. I'm playing on one of their boys down the back line there, and they were saying, on the exact same thing. I think it was last year, this exact round, I think, when we played them here. It was pretty much on the same sort of game, but they ended up taking the chockies. But yeah, we got them back, which is good.
And as well, like how good is having the big forwards of Ethan Duncan and of course Murray as well. It must be really good for you guys down there.
Yeah, no, it is. They really present as a big target for us, which is great, because Big Murph sort of likes to stay at home, and so to have someone else sort of lead up is awesome. Yeah.
All right, gents, I'm going to pass it over to the 100th gamer. Any questions you want to ask him, fire away.
Yeah, we'll just get the headset on. David Holland there. David, Josh Ward here. Oh, what a contest. When Caleb Jordovic was going back for that kick, what was running through your mind? Did you believe that he had the distance in him?
Oh, mate, I just couldn't really watch, really. Yeah, I was sort of looking the other way just because I get a bit nervous. So, but for a young 19-year-old just to put that through, is just class, really. He's a really good player for us.
Yeah, and the new boys as well, Mitch Brower, Kyle Heagney, Will Lambert, Matt Day coming back to the club as well, and James Pell. They had pretty good debuts from my point of view. What do you make of them getting back into the side today?
Yeah, mate, they were unbelievable, really. Especially Pelly going down early. He was such a core sort of input in our team. And when he sort of went down, that's when they sort of came back at us. So we're sort of hoping he's all good, and he's a key play for our team.
And David, just a word about your captain too, who was terrific in that last quarter. He really got into the guts of it there and was winning the ball out of the middle when it was really, really important.
Yeah. Rousey, he's a star. He's everyone knows how good he is. But yeah, he's just always sort of on it, especially late in the game when it really matters.
And although you did let him back into the game, it's got to be very pleasing that you were able to respond, especially in that last quarter when it was going back to back. At times we thought Warrandyte were probably almost there, and you still managed to pull it out. That must be give you a bit of confidence that you do have the belief of the boys to stay in games and continue fighting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it just shows the character of the team. Really, we came so close last year in that grand final, and it did really, really hurt. So to sort of finish off games like that is exactly what we need.
And from that, I guess from that same sort of iteration, that hurt. You've created though a good culture down at the club. You've kept the boys sort of strong through the pre-season, hardly lost any. What do you sort of mark that down to? Do you just see that as the belief in winning a premiership, or just as it is just good footy at the club?
I just think really, if you get your culture right around the club, it can sort of go on field as well. So, mate, we are such a tight-knit group off the field, and as you can see, I'm on game day. I'm sort of putting it all together, which is just awesome to see.
No, well done, mate. It's a great effort today.
Yeah, we better let you go, David. Enjoy the victory. Congratulations on passing 100 games for Donvale, mate. Congratulations again.
Awesome. Thanks, boys.
Great to chat there with David Dutchy Holland, his 100th game for the Donvale Football Club. A great achievement, which you don't really often see in local footy. Shorter seasons than the AFL, and he's been a great player.
He was great today too.
He was great.
I felt,
particularly in that first half. Should we get to the
let's
get the awards now? I'm eager for these.
So it's the Sportsco Eastland Player of the Game. So I don't know if we want to do some votes, if we want to put them out in an order, or just bring up some names to start with. I'm going to start with Nick Murphy as a contender. I thought he was fantastic, especially in that early, that first quarter, made a statement early, kicked the 3 goals. But he worked his, after a bit of a maybe quiet middle patch, worked his way back in late, kicked a couple, and I believe, do we have another interview down there? I think maybe Blake. Yeah, Blake. Sorry,
one more to come, guys. One more.
Yeah, so I thought he was outstanding, and he was lively late. Almost kicked another one as well. He's an option for me.
Yeah, one option for me as well. And I thought he was a star all day in midfield on debut. Mitch Brower, he just worked really, really hard all day. He got reward as well, kicking a goal in the third quarter. And I honestly think he deserves the Sportsco Eastland Player of the Day. Scott, I'm not too sure if you have any other options.
Yeah, William Lambert, I thought he was good. I thought for just his presence around the ground, but yeah, I think Nick Murphy would probably be my pick at this stage.
Yeah.
The other guy I wanted to throw into the mix, and just to sort of be a bit different, because obviously he played in a losing side, but I thought Bryce Scholar was absolutely fantastic. He'd certainly be in the votes. Probably not the best of the day, but he was right up there and was probably the best, or one of the best in a losing side, probably along with Phillips.
And Michael Cullum as well. Another fantastic game.
Yes, we're going to go boundary side to John O'Van, who has Nick Murphy alongside him.
I do indeed. How was that? Just unbelievable, huh?
I was just saying inside, I don't think I've had a game like that. We've kicked a goal after the siren, so I've been playing 11 years and that's the first, so it was very exciting. Caleb's only 18, so it was awesome for him. It was a great win after obviously last year against Warrandyte as well.
Would you describe Dave Holland a bit for us on the occasion of his 100th? I mean, we just spoke to him then, but describe what he's like around the group, because, I mean, it doesn't get any better in terms of, wins, but describe what he's like around the group and give us an insight into, I guess, what this might mean to him just a little bit further, but also what he's like around the group.
Yeah, I actually grew up with Dave. I went to primary school, high school with him, so I've known him and the family for probably 20 years now. My parents and his parents are good friends, so not only David, but a lot of people in his family are connected to the footy club. So it's awesome that he's got to 100. He sort of didn't play for a couple of years there, sort of in 16, 17. So I'm glad he's back, and I'm glad he played well today in his 100th.
Well, I'll give you the mic. Let's head upstairs.
Nick, it's Josh Ward here. A great performance from yourself, but your partner in crime up forward, Ethan Duncan, he's just come along in leaps and bounds, hasn't he, as a forward, and can be swung back too, which is quite a great attribute to have in a young player.
Yeah, he's probably nearly our most important player at the club now, and he's only 21, I think, and he's already won a senior BNF. So to be able to go forward the last couple of years, and if you guys saw him in the finals last year, he probably kicked 9 or 10 goals. So yeah, I just can't imagine what he's going to do over the next 10 years, which is very exciting.
Nick, I don't want to make you feel old, but it feels like you've been a colossus of that forward line for so long. And I go back to that famous win, that 2017 Granny, and yourself, and there was still probably a handful of guys that were still on the team. I mean, it's obviously not hard to get up each year and play for this football club, which you love so much. Yeah,
there's a few, Zach Haig, Matt Liardi, Nathan Mill, a few of us guys who have unfortunately ticked over 30. So yeah, we knew that was coming. So yeah, we all made the decision sort of at the end of last year, with obviously the heartbreak that there was unfinished business, and yeah, all those blokes are probably my best mates at the club. So I'm glad we're all going around again.
And Nick, congrats on the win. Obviously, you are going around again, but you looked really good up in that forward line, and you seem to take on the play quite well. Have you put in a good pre-season, do you feel, or do you just sort of think, oh, I'll just give it a crack and see what happens?
Oh, I won't lie. I spoke to Kev, the coach, and he said don't come back before Christmas. So it's probably been my worst pre-season, to be honest. So. No, it's we train pretty hard. We've had great numbers at pre-season. Probably had 50 to 60 on the track, which is the most I've seen since I've been there. And it's really tight for spots. We've got a couple of recruits that sort of couldn't get a game today, which sort of just shows where we are. And probably got 3 or 4 missing as well. So hoping from here we can just go up.
And Nick, some of the guys that did play, Kyle Heagney, I thought was brilliant. Yeah, James Pell there as well. What was your thought on some of the guys coming into the side and how they performed today?
Yeah, you can tell those guys have played Premier Division footy, so just off that half-back, it sort of set us up. And there would have been some really good plays, I imagine, from sitting up there, especially in the first and the third quarter, when off half-back and got it down quickly to a one-on-one in the forward line. And Kyle and also Mitch Brewer, he was probably our best player today. You know, James unfortunately has hurt his elbow, so hopefully it's not too bad. But yeah, 4 or 5 recruits from last year is only going to help us, I think.
Well, Nick, we better let you go. Go and enjoy this victory, mate. Congratulations, and good luck for the rest of the season as well.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
Great to chat there with Nick Murphy. He's still got it, the big man. He's just...
he moves superbly. In fact, the one that I remember of all his goals, well, I was going to say his goals, was actually one that he missed. And he took the ball inside. It was down this end. And he took the ball and he just turned and snapped it for goal. And I think I called it because I thought it was going through, and it just missed. But he still moves so well for a big man.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's keen to take it on. Like, he's got a great set shot. So
he believes in himself,
why wouldn't you? But yeah, just to take it on, have a bit of a run, a bit of a snap around the body, and see sort of where it goes from there. But great take.
I think he also decided the player of the match for us. He mentioned Mitch Brower as Donvale's best on. We were still tossing it up, but I think it's safe to assume that it's Mitch Brower. He did have a phenomenal game as well. So congratulations, Mitch Brower. You're going to get a Sportsco Eastland.
Well, we could still go through the votes just in case there's some wild. No, actually, and I'm not joking about this. I had Mitch Brower down for 3 as well. So
yeah, I think he was fantastic.
Yeah, well, I'll go through my 3. I had him down for 3 as well, and Nick Murphy for 2. So Mitch Brower, the Sportsco Eastland player of the day, the goal of the day. I do remember one of Nick Murphy's goals on the run as well, mainly because I called it as well. But I think it was in the first quarter when Donvale went on that run. That's a potential contender for Tobin Brothers' goal of the day.
Jordovic not just get it?
Yeah, I think we got to give it.
I think it's got to be the goal.
We just got to give it a little bit of build-up, a little bit of,
it
could be this person. No,
could be this person. Well, yeah, a little bit of build-up, but Caleb Jordovic gets the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. What a clutch goal that is. Already up on the socials as well. Brilliant work for whoever's running the socials.
And good on him. Yeah, and good on him for, just a young kid and to have that, and he'll be able to talk about that for years and years to come. And obviously, like, we're talking there with Nick, and he's saying he hasn't had those games before where it's sort of after time. For a young bloke like that, and comes, in this club where the culture that they speak of is so high, and you can tell when you're talking to them that the belief and what they've got down there is really working exceptionally well.
You can understand. So all their sides are doing so well. You've got the senior men's side played off in a grand final last year, as did the senior women's side as well. The reserves, I think they made it to finals as well. The 19s were unbeaten in the regular season, but just fell short at that final hurdle. So you can understand why it's such a great culture. And Donvale is well and truly back. They had those dark years, which was a while back when they went into recess, and had to drop down the divisions. But they're well and truly back. They're clearly, I reckon, the team to beat now in division.
And the other thing is too, they're going to be they're probably the hunted now because they they were. Waverley Blues went up, so they're no longer in the division. But because they did so well last year, the expectations on them are quite high, and so they'll be expected to do well and to come. That was a gutsy win because they could have easily lost that game, right at the end there, but they still managed to hang in there and pinch it at the end, and that'll do wonders, particularly for the younger players.
And just Paul, I just wanted to pick your brain. You've obviously got the stats in front of you. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if you want to have a look, see what sort of stood out for you, I'd be interested to sort of see what happened with Donvale and Warrandyte.
Donvale, in the clearances, Warrandyte were well on top in that. It was 35 to 23 in favour of Warrandyte. The marks inside 50, 12 to 8 in favour of Warrandyte. Intercept marks, Donvale at that 14 to 13. That was a very even statistic. The tackles 39 to 31 in favour of Warrandyte. The turnovers 24 to 22 Warrandyte, and the inside 50s 45 to 43 in favour of Warrandyte, and the free kicks 24 to 19 in favour of Donvale. And it was a really great fight back in the last quarter it was a great fight back in for Warrandyte to come back from 40 points down, but in the last quarter they were on their feet, Donvale. They up until about the 15-20 minute mark of the last quarter, they could barely get it inside 50, but credit to Donvale to grind out a win like that will give them massive confidence for this season.
Yeah, definitely. Quickly, we're just going to go around the grounds before we hop off. We've got another 7 minutes, so we'll start with Division 1. These scores aren't necessarily final, so we'll just read them out of what the last updated score is. Bayswater really pushed Montrose today. 9-7-61 trail the D's 10-10-70. South Belgrave 14-9-93 lead North Ringwood 5-4-34. We haven't had an update on that for a while, but a bit of a statement from the Saints. Mooroolbark, they pushed Wantirna South in that second half after having a bit of a slow start. 10-14-74, trail Wantirna South 14-7-91. The twilight game out at Mitcham has started, so 4-2-26 the Tigers lead Beaconsfield 1-1-7. So if you're in the area,
duck out and cover it quick.
Well, let's go down there.
Let's go, get the van out there.
We'll start, or we'll go to Ringwood and do that tonight. I'll lock you in for that, Brett. So that's that, and then the other game as well. Lilydale Croydon will start at 5:30 tonight. So stay alert for that if you're in the area and want to hop down to Lilydale. Be my guest. I'm not going. It's too cold for me. But Upper Ferntree Gully 16-12 to Heathmont 15-14 104. That was a while ago, but I think that result is pretty much confirmed. Oh, here we go. We got an updated 39-27 to 18-18 126. That's a big win for Heathmont. Waverley Blues currently lead 13-12-90 to 11-12 78 to Templestowe. Not sure if that's a final result. Probably is. East Burwood seemingly got over the line 15-11 101 to Mulgrave 12-10 82. So a bit of a turnaround in that second half. Baronia 14-13 97, quite comfortably over the basin as we thought. 4-5 29. Jumping into Division 3, some of the games around the grounds. Ferntree Gully 57 points up. Pretty comfortably win there for the Gully and actually get off to a good start this season. Oakley District, I believe, I haven't got a text from Jaden yet, but they are looking like they've won their first ever game in the Eastern Football Netball League, which is fantastic. After what they went through last year, so 11-8-74 lead Coldstream 7-10-52 on their home deck. I know there was a big crowd playing there. A lot of people flying from interstate to go watch the side, so fantastic for them if that's the final result. Sylvan, a nice little win there, 14-13-97 lead Whitehorse 9-11-65. And then jumping into Division 4, if they've updated their results since. Forest Hill, not yet, nothing from there. Kilsyth are home by 35 points. Not sure if that's a final score, but they'll walk away winners in round 1. And Scoresby have hit the lead.
I think that's a final score.
That's a final score, 11-14, 80 to 10-7, 67 Churnside Park. So Scoresby a win away from home. And
of course, Surrey Park. How well did they go in the bye?
No. I thought we'd get away without any Surrey Park references with them not playing, but and that is official. Oakley District have won their first ever game in the league, so fantastic for the club. It was a tough year last year, and what a way to start. And look at them as maybe a bit of a finals chance, but if they are going to really contend this year, and same with Coldstream and Ferntree Gully, these are the two sides that they're going to have to be chasing down.
Have to get Blake Pearson onto the Monday recovery, Ryan. Us two are going to be on it. My tonsils are going to be gone after that.
Bring the lozenges.
Bring the strepsils. Well, Rash is joining us as well for the Monday recovery, so we'll enjoy
I thought, Rash, if you're listening.
I thought you were going to lose it after a Harkins goal. My laptop.
I lost my. I thought I was going to lose it at the start of time on in this final quarter. It was that good a game, but yeah, plenty of interesting results around the grounds, and it's great to see. We talked about it on the weekend forecast. Just great to see, so many games around the grounds as well across the Eastern Football Netball League. And at the twilight time, if you're in the Lilydale area, despite the fact that it might be cold, get on down to the LSO.
Yeah, absolutely. Ringwood Knox is the other one as well at Jubilee Park. I think there's live music after as well in the room, so
which is great. And then you've got Mitcham Beaconsfield as well, which is currently taking place. That they just had a president's lunch, which our guy Ryan Long over here called that McRae would be coming in disappointed after a Collingwood loss.
That was bold.
Yeah.
That's a very bold call, but
probably a bit silly.
But still plenty of interesting results we get to discuss on the Monday recovery as well, and looking forward to doing that alongside you and
absolutely.
You and Brash. And it's a very interesting opening weekend of the EFNL season. I think we're going to wind down here after what has been a simply phenomenal day here. Brett Beston, absolute pleasure calling this alongside you, mate.
Thank you, mate. I've had to battle through today a little bit with the old dreaded lurgy, but a great game. And well worth coming out to watch. And I'll tell you what, if we do games like that every week, we'd be happy. But obviously not going to be that way. But terrific win, and congratulations to Donvale, fantastic. And we look forward now to Good Friday.
Our new leader, Ryan Long, doing a great job hosting pre-game and doing some of the socials as well, which John O'Ven did do as well, keeping us up to date to around the grounds. Thank you. Great job, mate.
Thank you, Josh. I knew it was going to finish like this, so that's exactly why I picked it.
Oh, you're a genius.
I've got to claim it now, because after we get a couple of shocking games later,
well done, Ryan.
And Scott Hardy as well on special comments, providing some very special comments and some also good umpiring decisions as well.
And I should say the man with the best beard in the EFNL.
Thank you.
And Paul Yukone as well in the Stats Centre. Brilliant job, mate. As we're going to have to quickly wind down here. It's been a great day out here at Warrandyte Reserve. Donvale winners here, 13-14, 92 to 14-5, 89. Thank you for tuning in to the Eastland Match of the Round.